Did you go?
All right, you tell me.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. Welcome to the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen. Excuse me. Good evening. Thank you for coming. Today is March 6th, Yarmouth Board of Selectmen meeting. We'll please start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a very busy agenda tonight. Our first item on the agenda is public announcements. If there's anybody here who'd like to address the board. Yes, Joe. Good evening.
How you doing, guys? I just wanted to give you a quick update from the school committee. Excuse me. We met last night and we discussed our budget, and we didn't make a formal vote on it, but they've got it down to about 3.06% increase. So we're going to be working off of that to try to narrow it down to get it, in a tight measure as best we can. Working on a couple challenges. And the committees and the staff have been working hard to make adjustments. So just to give you an update on that, as you might have seen. On the building committee, the school building committee, I just want to give you an update on that if I could. The school building committee met last week, and we've basically got it narrowed down to 4 different options that are out there. We have a Matikes option, which is a 6th and 7th grade building. A Wixon option, which is a 4th through 7th grade building. 2 options at the Station Avenue School, both 4 through 7 buildings. One is located to the left out behind Station Avenue School, and another one of the options is located out behind the solar panel array that's near the high school. And there's also a base repair that MSBA requires us to carry. That's just a repair, just to repair the Matikes School. It doesn't satisfy any educational plan or anything like that. You should have a packet on your desk of all those options, so you don't have to look at them now, but if you want, just look through them. That kind of outlines. That's our last presentation that we had from our PMA, our project manager people. Just to go through some options, talking about costs and things like that, rough costs, that if the way that the regional agreement is written, we would pay 60, based on the regional agreement, a 65-35 split, more or less. For the S2 option, just for example, Yarmouth taxpayers would have to pay $37,537,408 out of that. That's based on a 54.16 grant from the MSBA, which is an astronomical great amount percentage to get covered. So we're looking at more than half we can get covered. If we were to go with a Matikes school, our district or our costs would be roughly $22 million right in there. The district cost would be about $34 million. That would be just for a new 6th through 7th grade building. Wixon School would be, if we did a Wixon School, depending on what we did, we would end up having to pay 65% of a Matikes school and 65% of a Wixon school. So we want to kind of look at those percentages. If the percentages stay, I know the regional agreement subcommittee is meeting, so that may change in or out. But the way that it stands now, until that changes, which that has to go through a whole process on its own. It has to be vetted through DESE. It has to be vetted through the Attorney General's office, and it has to be approved put forth to the town meeting. So there's a lot that has to go on before then. So basically, what we're looking for is we're going to be voting on Thursday for a preferred plan. And that preferred plan, we're going to discuss it at our next meeting on Thursday, and if you could come, or if you'd like to come, you're more than welcome to come at 5 o'clock at the high school. But we're going to be meeting to vote on a preferred solution. on Thursday. After that, April 25th, we will submit the preferred schematic report to the MSBA, either May 23rd or June 6th. It will go for the MSBA Feasibility Assessment Committee for review. And then there's a Board of Directors meeting on the 27th at the MSBA, and that's where they approve or disapprove or ask questions about our submission. So just to update you on where we're headed, I think it'd be nice to have the selectmen kind of support or discuss and have some dialogue amongst each other on where everybody stands on this project. So, we're moving along. We're not going to slow down or anything like that. I know that the Regional School Committee subcommittee is working hard to get back together again and try to make some headway, but we have to keep this thing moving, because if we don't want to lose that 54.16%. So, okay.
Well, I appreciate your update.
Great, thank
Joe.
you.
I don't know if you watched our meeting last week, but I think it's our preference at this point that we may have to slow down. We haven't gotten an update from our board member that participated, but we have an issue that needs to be addressed. And
Okay.
just looking at the timeline, it's no disrespect to you or
Yep.
what you're trying to do. We understand. So our first real vote on it, according to the schedule, is April 23rd. And it's going to be submitted 2 days after.
Okay.
That I'm just reading what you
Right.
gave us tonight. So that doesn't really allow for a lot of time for
Right.
any feedback from any of our boards. Really, the issues between the two towns at this point. And I'm afraid we're moving a little bit faster than we're able to make a decision,
Right.
knowing one way or the other how the regional agreement. So they do kind of go together for us.
Right. They do. We keep chugging ahead, and we're going to keep moving, forward as to keep going. One of the things, just to caution, you do, I did check with the consultants on this, and, if it were to slow down, basically, if we miss that deadline, we would have to go back. And if, we say we wanted just to do a 6th and 7th grade building, which, okay, but you also have to remember, the more studies we have to do, the more things we have to do, the more money it's going to take to do it.
I understand, which is why my concern, and I'm going to just speak for myself, is that I don't want this going too far, because we may
Right.
have to go in a different direction. And if that's the case, knowing the situation with Emmy Small, I don't want to waste the taxpayers' money. So we need an answer from Dennis.
Right.
We need to figure out where we're going from here.
Right.
And then we, as a group, need to decide what decision we're going to make from that. And I know you're moving along, but I don't want to waste money. So I think that,
Yeah.
You probably heard Norm convey that
Yep.
at your last meeting, but
No,
just
right.
for the public.
We also just remember that we can keep moving forward. We don't need an approval from the Board of Selectmen for this. So that's just, just to get that, across too. So you might not support it, but that's kind of the direction that we go. So
That's interesting.
yeah. So all right. Thank you.
Yeah, I did have something else to say, Joe.
Okay.
Joe, I think it is important to keep moving forward, but, I think there seems to be a belief that we can't do anything without, if we slow down or take a different tack, that would endanger our funding with the state. And I did some brief checking on, just online, and there are a number of examples of towns that have been through votes where the construction plans have been rejected. And the state was understanding of those situations and allowed them to go for additional votes and so forth. And I guess I wonder if the committee should not be contemplating going to the state and presenting a case that, look, we have some complications, some issues, and we're going to continue with this, but we need some additional time in order to reach a final solution.
Right.
And I think, and the reason for that is I think that until there is a clear understanding between Yarmouth and Dennis of how we're going to proceed to the future. The end result of not recognizing that would be that at some point there could be a conflict between either the school committee or the building committee and the Board of Selectmen with regard to the direction the town should take. And I think Tracy alluded to, some of the key considerations. It's not just Matikes and replacing that. It's not just Station Avenue. It's also M.E. Small and the burdens of that project, which Carol Woodbury has said would, in reality, would, if she were to do it over again, would be placed first on the agenda.
Absolutely.
And so, I think we have to recognize that we're in a very difficult position at this point. I think Yarmouth has done its part. Dennis has pulled away from these negotiations, and that's happened to us before. And unfortunately, the last time it did, there was a hiatus of 2 to 3 years. Now, we've been at this negotiation table. Mike and I have been at it, and Dan has been at it for 6 months at this point. Mm-hmm. And, very honestly, we thought we were close. And then something exploded in Dennis. And, that is not doing justice to our taxpayers. And I think that there needs to be a recognition at the committee level, the building committee level, that's a harsh reality, and be willing to go to the state and talk to them about it and say, look, we may need another 90 days because we've got some issues we need to work out. And full well knowing that we need to continue to look at and have our design consultants do the work on the designs, but asking for some additional time before MSBA requires us to go for a final submission.
Sure. Okay. No, that's no problem. That's something we can discuss Thursday night before we make a vote or decision on which direction we'd like to go. Just that also, I understand the point about the not having. We're not going to lose the funding necessarily. If we decide to hold off for 90 days and we go to the state and say, can we push it back to the next submission period, which I think is in August, I believe, and say, hey, can you give us till August to do that? It's not going to jeopardize our percentage or the program. What it may do is if we have to go back and really look at, start from scratch or go back and take some steps back, it's going to take some time, and time from an engineering standpoint is money. And like you said, we've appropriated funds for this, and then we'll have to go to Dennis to look for some reimbursement funds, because we did look at the Wixon School also. So that's something we can look at down the line and look at
I think what's
discussing.
Important here is we need a united community approach to this.
Right.
And at this stage, it'll be very difficult. I think we expressed our reservations last week, and I would have expected the reactions we got. I mean, naturally it's not good news, but nonetheless, that's where we are.
Right.
And allowing some time for all those things to get done, and for different people to look carefully at it and hopefully come around to the same conclusion, I think would be healthy for the community.
Yeah.
And rather than setting up a potential disaster where the building committee proposes something that has to go to a special town meeting, and the select board and possibly the finance committee oppose it. That would not be healthy for Yarmouth, nor for Dennis,
Yeah.
nor for the ongoing relationship.
I'd just be interested to hear what the voters think of it. So I think it's I think that's an important measure too. But that's something we can discuss Thursday night, and if we so take a vote. And as far as the regional subcommittee, a regional agreement subcommittee. I hope everybody gets together and they can hash this out, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't see anything happening. I don't see it. I see meetings happening, but I don't see anything getting resolved in the next 6 months to a year, to be honest with you. So that's just my opinion.
Eric, did you have something you wanted to add?
I think that I've been very clear from day one that I'm never going to support a plan that doesn't include ME Small, because if you think you're going to chug ahead, in your words, and go before town meeting because you're interested in what the voters think without the support of this board, I think you're crazy. And if you do get an override, and I don't think that you will be back in front of the voters in 3 or 4 years for another one for ME Small, because you didn't have enough foresight to address 2 buildings that were in dire need at the same time. You'd rather do them piecemeal. I don't know why, but that's the way you want to do it. So, as I said, I am not going to support any plan, and I'm going to be vocal that I'm not going to support a plan that doesn't include ME Small, because ME Small is the one that is the building that is in more of need, and you're ignoring it.
No, we're not ignoring it. That's the thing. We were accepted as the Matakes School was accepted. The Yarmouth School was accepted. We were asked by the MSBA to looking at Wixon also as a solution to combine the 2 schools. So the MSBA came to us to look at it. ME Small, unfortunately, it wasn't on the table. MSBA will not fund right now anything to do with the ME Small school.
You don't know that because nobody has the will to go to the state and say, listen, we have 2 $100 million buildings. If you're going to contribute half to both of those, that's $100 million on the town side and on the state side. If you went to them and said, we could build 1 building for $150 million, that's $75 million on each side. Each side saves $25 million. Why
Eric,
wouldn't
I think that was addressed at the very beginning, about a year and a half ago.
At my second meeting, and hands were thrown in the air and said, we can't do that. And that's why I don't
believe
go to
it was
those
addressed with the MSBA at one of the very first meetings we had with them.
I think one of the things that's changed, though, is for us, and I know that, and that's, I think because Carol brought it to our attention, the significant issue that we have with ME Small since this program started, which is where I kind of started to think, listen, maybe we need to start thinking differently. And if our partner doesn't want to be a true partner, and I'm not saying that because they're still in the process of it, but certainly we're not, you just said it yourself, it doesn't look like we're going anywhere in the next 6 months. So at some point in time, we need to worry about our taxpayers and our buildings and our school and do what's best for our taxpayers and for our students. And I'm sorry, I know. But what I hear from you when we bring this to you is, we're just going to keep going. So, we're asking for your help here. You have to understand that the difficult situation that we're in, and to continue to push forward on a plan that, at the end we may not be able to support. I don't think is really the best choice.
That's fine.
To Norm's point, I think we all have to be on board. So sometimes you have to just take a pause. You have to look at what's going on and just make a rational decision. And we need to have all the information before we make that decision. To be presented a plan on April 23rd, knowing it's going to be submitted on April 25th, means to me that really you're not going to take our input. You're going to do your own
Well, the plan's
thing.
been in the works for months. The school committee, building committee is going to vote Thursday on a preferred plan. So we've been working down the line from the very beginning all the way down, and this is what the people that the building committee is made up of, anywhere from builders to finance committee members to selectmen of both towns, and so this has been an ongoing event. When I came to Dan and a number of you almost a year ago and said we need to have a regional school. We have to look at the regional agreement and figure this out, because this is going to come down the line. And it's just a matter of we're here. We're here right at the spot. And it's like, okay, where do we sit? So we'll have to have that discussion on Thursday. And, if you want to come, then that's great.
Well, we're telling you now how we feel, and so
I appreciate
we
it.
just want to make sure that and I appreciate you coming here, but we have to dialogue, and we have to work through this together.
Yep.
And I appreciate it if you take what or comments are and express that to your committee.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to address the board? Yes.
Joyce Flynn, I just wanted to invite you all to an open house that Energy Committee is having on the stretch code in advance of annual town meeting. It's going to be on Tuesday, April 3rd at 4 p.m. till 5:30, and it's going to be in the library of DY High School. And we'll have people there who are builders who are working with the stretch code and who should be able to answer even nitty-gritty questions. Then as a second item, I'd like to say a big thank you to our state delegation for all their hard work, which they're always working hard, but especially their hard work in getting the funding restored for the science building at the Four Cs. 3 years ago, when we had a terrible winter, that funding got taken away to mitigate damage from the terrible winter. And I'm hoping you'll be able to hold on to it, because this winter isn't really that bad. And Energy Committee is really excited because we even have a STEM scholarship for 8th graders, and the idea that there'll be even more STEM at the Four Cs, where the summer program for middle schoolers is pretty exciting. Thank you all. And thank you for giving me a chance to give a thank you as well as an invitation. And I hope you'll all be able to make it. You know that for our open house, well, I think Eric Tolley said this once, we are the committee with the best refreshments.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm also on the Energy Committee on this. My name is Susan Starkey, and I've got a letter to hand you. We finished our meeting early so that we could bring this down, and it is, I won't read it all to you, but it is urging the Board of Selectmen to negotiate a hosting agreement with Vineyard Wind before April, so that contains the best possible terms for the town in the hopes that Vineyard Wind is chosen for this project going forward. We know that Lewis Bay has problems with algae and wastewater, and we would think that the town might choose as part of the host agreement to insist on specific measures to reverse current degradation and minimize the impact of the week of work. We believe, as the Energy Committee, that we owe it to you to tell you of our strong support, that we need to look at this as a community and not just one neighborhood. We've got to put Yarmouth in a good position and put our taxpayers in a good position to take advantage of this opportunity to explore renewable energy that's clean, and a project that will be very well researched and designed by the time it gets done. So we look forward to supporting you with your decision and with any work that you need from us to help you with this.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Starkey.
you.
You can leave that with Mr. Knappich. Tom? Thank you.
Unanimously signed by all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom Nicanel, Precinct 3. As a member of the Cape Cod St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee, I invite you and our delegation to our wonderful event this weekend.
Oh, we will be there with bells.
We hear we're going to have tremendous weather, and we also have a festival. If anybody doesn't know, it's going to be going on for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. And as I said, it's the Cape Cod St. Patrick's Day Parade, so all of Cape Cod is going to be down here. And as you know why it's in Yarmouth, because Yarmouth is the middle of paradise. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Yes.
And the destination.
This is public comment, right?
Yes, sir.
I just want to echo what Susan said about Vineyard Wind. I think as long as they do their homework and are prepared to make significant benefit to the town of Yarmouth, we shouldn't let a neighborhood decide what's best for the town. I think it's a bigger picture than just a neighborhood, and hopefully you guys will see that. And one other thing, I think you guys do a hell of a job, and I don't think you get any credit, and all you get is grief. And I think that's really a shame, because you certainly aren't doing this for the pay. So as far as I'm concerned, you guys, I think 2 meetings ago, I might have said, you guys are nothing but a rubber stamp. I should have said it would give the appearance of a rubber stamp had you gone along and given the golf course whatever they wanted. But again, I just personally want to thank you because I think you do a hell of a job, and my hat's off to you.
Thank you, Mr. Krinsman. Is there anybody else who would
I
like?
just want to say something. I'm doing it for the money.
Rita, nothing tonight?
No.
Okay.
Even that last week.
Okay, thank you. Kurt, this will be our last person.
All right. The vehicle policy seems to be a done deal, but most people who should have input in it haven't. Stormwater, I would like to see it made clear just what we're doing with the money that we approve every year for $200,000, just what we're getting for it. Because sometimes you hear stormwater management, sometimes you hear permitting and compliance. I don't know what that really is. The land disposition that has been coming up lately, I think should become a more public process. Instead of just being a staff job, I think that, there should be some more input so that people understand some of what we're trying to get rid of or why we're trying to get rid of and why we bought it in the first place and why we even own it. I think that's being missed in this process the last couple of years. I think the last discussion you just had with Joe about issues coming up with the town, I think maybe it's time to look at a residential tax exemption, see what the impacts would be on everybody if you did that. Maybe make it a little more affordable for the residents of the town, because you've given breaks to veterans and seniors, but the rest of the people, well, I won't say the rest of people, many people of all ages still have struggles to pay their bills, so maybe that would be helpful, considering that some of the projects coming forward are absolute must-haves, not nice-to-haves. So they have to get done somehow. I was looking at the presentation on the golf course today. It talks about free cash grants, which shouldn't be grants. They should be loans. And I don't know who looks at Cape Wide News, but if you look under Part 1 of the storm coverage, you'll see a picture there that should be concerning to people, where Yarmouth ambulance drives through a huge puddle unnecessarily. And, it's $200-something thousand for an ambulance. It seemed stupid to ruin it just to drive through, basically what's a lake. So if you go on Cape Wide News and look that up, you'll see the picture.
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, we're going to move to our 5:15 agenda item, Cape Cod Water Protection Trust discussion with our representatives. Good evening, Senator Sear, Representative Whalen, and Representative Crocker. Appreciate you coming. I appreciate you making the time for us, Julian. I know that this legislation has been moving on quite quickly, but I think it's important that while I've had the opportunity to have the presentation probably a couple of times now, it changes very quickly, and I think it's important that you hear from us as one voice before this goes to possibly a vote. So,
Madam Chair, I just wanted to open up real quick, and just going to slide outside of the topic at hand and echo the comments of Tom Nicanello earlier, and for all you people that are sitting at home, the parade coming up on Saturday, it's near and dear to my heart, near and dear to our Mid-Cape community, and just going to implore everybody to please come on out, enjoy the parade. Let's show the rest of the Commonwealth that the Mid-Cape, we do it right down here. We celebrate the high holy day better than anybody else in the Commonwealth, better than South Boston, better than Holyoke, and better than Worcester. So
it'd be hard to beat Southie, but we'll try.
We'll beat Southie, trust me. We're Cape Cod. Nobody does it better than us.
Well, that's true.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all members of the board, and really glad that all three members of us who represent Yarmouth in the legislature are able to be here tonight. I am conscious of time, so any other topics you'd like to talk about, certainly glad to address those. But I think what we've wanted to do, and I really applaud you, Chairman Post, for really asking us to really come here and have a conversation about this. This is something that as a delegation we've been talking about in some way for about a year now, thinking about, all right, where are we going to get, how do we get some state resources to help all of our communities with wastewater? especially those of you who've worked in government, worked with government, and especially legislatures, it's sort of hurry up and wait, and then things move really quickly. And so we're sensing that we are moving into the sort of moving quickly phase. And so what I wanted, I think what we want to do tonight is really just have a conversation with you and really answer any questions. In full disclosure, I'm not an expert on wastewater, but certainly have expertise in getting resources for our communities. And I think if you look at the cost to taxpayers, there is no bigger looming cost to property taxpayers in our communities than wastewater. We are under court action, and that I have a real concern that if we sort of have we can try to chart our own destiny here on Cape Cod, or we can potentially be forced to do something that would be much more costly. And to that question and those conversations about affordability here, which is, always sort of foremost on my mind, the prospect of having a doubling or more of property taxes to pay for betterments by a court-mandated pipes and pump system all across Cape Cod is something that I think would really make it even harder for those of us who are trying to eke out a living here. So really defer to you. I'm glad to, if you want, can walk through sort of the bill, or we can just get into questions, however you want to do it. We're yours.
I think it gets complicated because first of all, there's been several versions of different bills that have been on the table. So
yes.
I think maybe to update the board as to what's on the table now. So there's two different pieces to this. There's the actual expansion of the hotel motel rooms tax to rentals, Airbnbs, and then what you're talking about is a separate piece of legislation that would be coupled with that is similar to the convention center model, if you will, in Boston, the extra piece that you're trying to create a additional Cape Cod fund for wastewater. So I think we're somewhat familiar with the expansion of the rooms tax. But I think specifically about that, who it applies to now, what's actually going to be voted on, and then the piece that
sure, we can get, and clearly you've done your homework, so thank you for reading all these various pieces of legislation. I think all of you have. I think we got two documents. One is the actual redraft of the bill. Currently, this is both Representative Peake and I filed legislation this spring. It was a very dense 17 pages. I believe your town manager, Dan Knappich, definitely sunk his teeth into it. I know Select Board member Mark Forrest did, others did as well. This draft is under 2 pages, so certainly, hopefully, something we that folks can understand. And really, I'm going to talk about the idea of the trust first, because really, the room occupancy piece is a legislative vehicle. Like, that's the train that's sort of moving through which we think we can get this done. But there's a sort of whole host of other factors of sort of why we're there, and I'll explain that in a moment. I think, as you know, we have degraded water quality due to excess nitrogen in our embayments, excess phosphorus in our freshwater ponds and lakes. 85% of this problem is due to the 125,000 septic systems that we have across the peninsula. I think you're well familiar, and viewers at home are well familiar, with a 2011 lawsuit from the Conservation Law Foundation against US EPA saying that Cape Cod needs to clean up its water. There was a plan approved by Mass DEP, certified by Governor Baker, and approved by EPA in 2015 around how Cape Cod's going to go about remediating this. The good news through that process, the original price tag of just sort of all pipes and pumps was upwards of $8 billion. Now we're talking about a $4 billion price tag, in half, still very hefty. And so with this steep price tag in the billions, we have been trying to think, how do we come up with some sort of support from the state under the agreed 208 plan? Communities are responsible for 50% of the cost, so $2 billion. The state for a quarter of that, $1 billion, and then the feds another $1 billion. I can't comment on that area of government yet at the moment, but I think, from my job and our job really is around looking at, all right, where are we going to get $1 billion from? That is a hefty amount of money. It's really hard, near impossible, to get a direct appropriation for that, especially needing hundreds of millions of dollars over decades. And so the idea is to create a fund, a trust, that's housed within the existing clean water trust. So the Commonwealth has a state revolving loan fund, and so essentially we look to, let's not reinvent the wheel, let's not replicate something, let's not create a whole new big bureaucracy. How do we take existing state resources that we have, and how do we have a fund if we're able to find a way to get some revenue for the state for this problem? How do you not duplicate things or replicate things? And so essentially this creates an additive fund or trust within the existing state revolving loan fund. It uses the same criteria of the state revolving loan fund, so this is something that you folks are probably well familiar with, and certainly your town administrator and town staff are really familiar with in applying for SRF. This is a numeric-based system, so very much a good governance piece, something that you folks qualify for. I will note that the collaborative efforts that you folks and Harwich and Dennis have been working on are weighted very favorably in the existing SRF and would continue to benefit. And so the idea is that if we put these monies that are generated into a Clean Water Trust Fund, have some sort of local or regional approval and oversight of these monies, that this is a way to come back to each of our towns to help finance and to get, essentially sort of more money in the pot for the state revolving loan program. We've designed this so that all sorts of interventions and infrastructure projects qualify for the fund. This is not just for pipes and pumps. The 208 plan is not just for pipes and pumps, and so this is reflective of that. Yes, traditional sewering, but also alternative methods, aquaculture, dredging. It foresees and allows funding for projects or interventions that are not yet approved by DEP. And it also importantly includes Title V upgrades. So for parts of the community that may not need sewering or may not merit that, there's support for Title V. We do know that some communities have already invested in wastewater projects, significant wastewater projects. This is less germane for Yarmouth, but in the case of Provincetown, Chatham, Barnstable, and Falmouth, in addition to several towns on Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, there's language in here that allows those towns to basically refinance their debt more favorably. The language also sets aside money for comprehensive water quality monitoring. This is really important because if we're actually not monitoring and able to sort of prove to EPA, DEP, and specifically Conservation Law Foundation that we're making progress on nitrogen levels in our embayments, that we're improving our water quality, that threat of that lawsuit sort of still looms, and so that's really important. We create a board, a management board. Every single town who is a member of this has a vote on that board, has a seat on that board, and their purview is very much around ensuring, basically determining the method for the subsidy of allocation, and also looking at equitable distribution. So looking at one concern we've heard from many communities is, sort of how do we make sure that there's equitable distribution across the region, across participating towns. Certainly that's a conversation and a whole host of policy issues, but I think this is really important. So there's a board that does that. And then I think, also importantly, if towns do not want to participate, they have an ability to opt out of the trust fund. And so this is something that if a town, I represent 20 towns across the Cape and Islands. There's 23 if you include those that were represented by Senator DiMacedo. There are some communities that don't have the significant wastewater challenges and needs that many communities have. I think of my hometown of Truro, unlikely we will be seeing major sewer projects in Truro because we're so rural, maybe along that Beach Point area, in Aquina and Chilmark on Martha's Vineyard, Brewster, who's had a lot of conservation. So if a town, and in trying to design this tool to help our communities, if towns, either under the select board, or in the case of Barnstable, the town council, feel this sort of isn't a fit for their needs, they can opt out. In my opinion, this has been designed more so to help communities like Yarmouth, so certainly would hope you folks would consider that. And so that's sort of the overview of sort of how we got here. When it comes to short-term room occupancy, this is something that I think actually all of our predecessors in our roles have advocated for. A number of the towns that I represent have actually submitted home rule petitions time and again to expand room occupancy, not just to hotels and motels, but to Airbnbs, short-term rentals. This is a real issue of fairness. Why is this gaining traction now, finally, after about a decade of this? One, really hard work on behalf of this delegation. Also, two, the real emergence of an online market and how Airbnb and other platforms are changing real estate in Boston. The North End is having a whole kind of change in how you have folks who are buying a whole brownstone, which would be 4 or 5 apartments, and turning them into basically a hotel. So the Senate has actually passed short-term room occupancy expansion twice in our budget. The governor has included a relatively modest proposal in his budget proposal last year. He included it again this year. And the Speaker of the House has indicated that he's going to be moving forward on this as well. So it's a train that's leaving our station. What this does not touch, and what I think we felt very strongly about as a delegation, all of our communities have a local option between 2 to up to 6%. I believe you folks in Yarmouth are at 6. That is a significant amount of resources for our communities, and something that we felt and that I feel that Beacon Hill shouldn't be meddling in. For the communities I represent, this expansion of room occupancy is arguably going to be one of the biggest increases in state-related aid, or it's not state aid, but basically allowing you folks to keep more of that money. So that option is still there. And as you said, Chairman Sherwin-Post, the idea of a 2.75 dedicated wastewater fee, that's consistent with the financing mechanisms that's been used to finance convention centers on room occupancy in Boston, in Worcester, and Springfield. So it's a consistent way to go about that. So there's an overview. I'm sure you have plenty of questions. The real spirit of this is to give the towns another tool for the state to step in and provide support. It's tried to fashion something that is regional in scope, but really allows towns to have a really big say, that doesn't create a sort of whole new bureaucracy, doesn't create an MWRA for Cape Cod. That was something I was very skeptical about and pushed back on early. So that's an overview. Tim or Will, do you want to chime in? What did I miss?
All I can offer is I know that the senator's been offering, he's put an awful lot of work into this, and I got to give credit where credit's due. I'm still kind of an open book on this. The main reason, and I discussed this with the senator, and I know that Representative Crocker discussed with the senator as well, what we need to hear is we need to hear feedback from the towns. We need to hear from the select boards, and I've joined with the senator in speaking in front of the Board of Selectmen or the select board in Brewster. And we've spoken to town officials in Dennis as well. And we're very interested in hearing what your feedback is, for good or for bad. And I mean, obviously, there are some things in here that are going to be very pleasing, I would assume, from your position. There are also some things here that are going to be concerns. So let's air it all out. Let's get all the information out there for you folks, and let's give you the best position to make an informed decision in whether you support or recommend amendments to the legislation as is, because the design of this ultimately, what my hope is what the end result is. This is still a work in progress. The end result has to be workable for the 4 towns in my district, or it's not going to have my support going forward. So please let us know how you think we can get there and if we can get there.
Thank you.
I really don't have a lot more to add, but I can just say that, speaking as a former town councilor in Barnstable, we've made some significant progress already in this area, but that, as the senator said, there are some possible advantages for the town of Barnstable to be able to do some refinancing with regard to this. It's something that I know the town manager is aware of. I don't know if he's had really long discussions with the board, and I know that they haven't brought it up yet in terms of having any major discussions on the council level. And I know you've talked to the town manager about it in Barnstable, but again, as what Tim says, it's something that needs to be workable for the towns of both Barnstable and Yarmouth, the two towns that I represent. But again, there are some advantages for Barnstable, and I think you people need to look at it, and you obviously need to have a discussion with regard to that. And I look at it from a little bit more of a 50,000-foot level. We obviously have to do something. We are under a lawsuit, and if you look at it from an economic point of view, setting aside the very important environmental part of it, but if you look at it from an economic point of view, we all need to have clean water. We live here. We need to have people come here in the summer times and in the off seasons. So we depend on having clean water. I mean, it's not just obviously not just for us to be able to use, but for the people who come here that provide the economy that drives this area. So it's something that you obviously need to discuss amongst yourself. Barnstable obviously will do that as well, but it's something that we're offering up, and we'll leave it at that, but it's, again, up to you people.
There are some key points in here that I think ultimately for the town to consider is that you're already at 6%, and you will realize funds that would come from the expansion of the room tax anyways. And that rooms tax, in my opinion, and I believe I'm going to speak for all three of us before you, that expanded rooms tax, despite my objection to it, because I'm the no new taxes guy, I believe that that's going to pass and that's going to go through. So this is certainly an innovative way to find, to attach something to that rooms tax to help pay for the wastewater fees.
And that's no longer a home rule petition.
No, so it's not a home rule petition because essentially the objection from the Department of Revenue and others has been, well, if you allow Truro to do this and Yarmouth to do that, it becomes really difficult just from a implementation perspective. I also should mention, the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce has been a huge leader in this. They have been pushing for it. They've been working with us hand in glove in crafting legislation. Last month, their board voted 17 to 2, and the 2 votes were abstentions to support this. So this is very much something that we've really sought, and I've really sought to get, as broad support, on.
So, Julian, was that support, I'm sorry, was that support for the expansion of the rooms tax, or was that for the additional 2.75?
It is support for a 2.75 additional fee that would fund in part a Cape Cod Water Protection Trust. I should also mention the trust is set up that, say federal dollars did become available, this is a place where those dollars could go if there were other appropriations, potentially through a bond bill. So it's designed to be a bucket that could take potential other revenue streams. But this is, specifically the vote is in support of the 2.75%.
So we've had a lot of discussion about wastewater and how we're going to address it here at our committee level. And, so one of the things is that we've tried to do is try not to burden our taxpayers, as least as possible. So I'm just going to talk for me, not on behalf of the board, but for me, wrapping my mind around the expansion of the rooms tax and supporting it, any new tax, I think, is always an issue. But, in bringing parity to the market and thinking about the facilities that we need to build for our peak seasons based on our tourism, there is a correlation to me with the tourism and the hotels and motels rooms and the flow that we need to build to accommodate that. So in my mind, that expansion, right now, the hotel and motel, that originally was a home rule petition, and we opted for it. We opted for it with a plan. So to expand it, to me, we would have a plan for that funding, and to me, that extra 6%, I would love to see to go to wastewater. I think that the closer the funds are to the town, the better they are. I mean, we can talk about how much money we send in lottery and how much we get back. So when we talk about another layer of government, it concerns me. It concerns me about making sure there's fairness in what we get back. Personally, I'd rather control my own money. I'm a little bit concerned about whether or not an analysis has been done to figure out, everybody keeps saying, the 6% that we do, people don't balk at that. But when you start adding and adding, have we done an analysis really to see what that top number is in terms of what really does make a difference when people start to make a different decision in where they're
Good question. Yep.
where they're going? I'd hate to go over that. I personally would like to see the expansion of the rooms tax, us to see what we could do with our own funds. I know you said that it's not another layer of government, but in my mind, it's another layer of government because there's going to be somebody else who's telling us how they're going to spend the money that's collected. And it's not our money, it's money from people who vacation here. But personally, I'd rather have control of it myself. I feel like, we do a good job with our money, and we have a significant amount of revenue that will be seen from this, and I think other towns will benefit from it. Now, having said that, I think that this is a problem that all of Cape Cod has to do, and one of the problems that we had before when we tried to put a plan before the town was that we were more aggressive than Dennis, for instance, and yet we're sharing the same river, so people were concerned about, what are they doing on their side? And Barnstable probably has the same thing with us, so we all are in it together. And I do think the 2-8 plan will force us to do it smarter, but I'm not sure how that will be delegated. The opt-out piece, so the 2.75% would be for all rooms.
Yep.
Not just the expansion. That would be
All rooms.
all hotel rooms. So
All
even our
hotel,
additional
motel,
hotel
Airbnb.
rooms.
Yep.
So that's
It's a sizable chunk of money.
Yep. And the money, because it's SRF, does not go to permitting and design. So we
So, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So on the permitting design question, that's actually a regulatory fix we can make. I've actually spoken with DEP Commissioner Marty Suberg about this because this is one of the challenges Barnstable's run into, that they've set aside money, but they don't the permitting and design piece. And so that actually we're going to work, and I'm going to get this in writing from them, is that we can use some of these monies also for permitting and design. That's a challenge that we've seen, and so this addresses that.
Yeah.
Because that's a real challenge, right? If you just have, if you have $20 million for a big project, but you don't have the initial start money, you can't get there.
Yeah, so that's
yep.
just my general thoughts. I think about the lottery funds that we send and
Yeah,
we don't
no,
get back, and we really are the cash cow here
Yeah.
for the rest of it, and we have significant issues. So, if we could just keep the money that we're sending, keep the money that we have, let us deal with it ourselves, we would be in a much better position. Well,
I wish that, I think speaking politically, right, I wish I could just say, and that was politically feasible for us to say, all right, let's tally up all the money that's generated here on Cape Cod in each and every single one of our towns, and we would like a check back, please, for our wastewater problem, and by the way, the other things we're facing, in a representative democracy like we have in our Massachusetts legislature. There are 8 of us who represent this region on Beacon Hill out of 2,200 members. That is just unlikely to be feasible. I think you asked a really good question about sort of the analysis on, all right, where do we get, how do we look at economic impact from, an increase in rooms tax. This is, yes, this is other people's money, but people make, consumers make decisions. And so the Cape Cod Chamber really studied this issue. And the best research that's out there, and we can share this with you, we'll get it, is that consumers room occupancy taxes and use fee taxes of this sort, consumers about the 18% or 20% levels where you see, consumers impacting things. We're not talking about that. I think we are talking about, it could be if you have the full 6%. So currently now the state collects 5.7%. The towns can go up to 6, and then it would be a 2.75. I think there should be some conversation, within especially the towns that are at the full 6%. The phase-in of that. On that 6% number, you are likely to receive, if we actually do this, take aside this current proposal we're talking about, that 6% hopefully is coming your way, which for Yarmouth is significant. For all of the towns I represent, it is significant. So just, from a unclear when the implementation and the start date of that is really important, right? Because you wouldn't want to, if we pass something tomorrow, you wouldn't want to say, all right, starting July 1st, when you have all these, people who've made arrangements, you can't levy that tax then. So the phase-in is something we're looking at as well. And when you look at so we've looked at that, and I think to the closer to the town piece, I think is something that I agree with. I think that we politically, we would also not be able to, if we just said, all right, we want to levy a 2.75%, but it comes back to each of our individual towns, effectively that's like an expansion that's basically giving certain communities more of a local option than others, and would be unlikely to fly. The convention center, basically using a 2.75% occupancy additional fee to solve a regional problem. Traditionally, in the case of convention centers, it's economic development, but in this case, it would be wastewater, is something that our colleagues on Beacon Hill can relate to, and it sort of made sense. So we've talked a little bit about, well, hey, could we just get an additional amount that would come back to each of the towns?
You give us part of the 5%.
Point well taken. Unfortunately, I think not sure if we'll prevail there. But so I think trying to figure out, all right, how do you get resources from the state within the existing world that we're living in, which is challenging.
I understand.
But I'll make sure to get you the chamber study on that, because that's really important.
I think we received it, or I received it. I'm not sure if Dan sent it to the board.
No, that was the rate, or rooms, number room
dollar
analysis.
amount.
Yeah, this is something that we had seen last year that I thought, to your point, to the senator's point, was pretty fascinating about when people start changing their buying patterns.
Yeah. Huh. So this would need to go before town meeting? No piece of it?
If the town would opt out, it would go before town meeting.
And opting out means that they wouldn't collect it, or we just wouldn't be part of
If you opt
out,
a 2.75% is not collected and you are not part of the fund. There's actually language that allows towns to opt into the fund at a later date, if they want. And there's also language that allows towns to get out. If you've already received money, you've got to kind of figure out that accounting of it. And there's language in here as well that gives some time. We're talking about like a 2020 timeline. So it gives towns the time to really look at this and study this and to really run some numbers. Because we actually don't know on the expansion room occupancy, we don't have hard numbers on what it's going to mean when we can get these numbers from Airbnb, but it's real estimates when it comes to the rentals.
Well, I can tell you a little bit of history. I see Karen Green sitting there. We've struggled in our community for many years dealing with the long-term rentals and hotels, and I can tell you that the state was not very helpful with us in trying to figure out who was paying the rooms tax and who wasn't. So, you have a whole nother issue of enforcement, and when you're trying to bring fairness by leveling the playing field, so to say, and some are paying and some aren't, and there's nothing we can do about it. The state doesn't work with us in terms of telling us who that has a hotel license pays rooms tax and who doesn't. And we really should be a better partner in that, because if we could help you and you could help us, it would definitely be a better process.
Yep.
So,
Madam Chair, with the town meeting piece, just to be sure, as I'm looking and reading in this draft, looks like it, just to make sure that you guys are clear, according to this draft, it's a 2/3 vote to withdraw. So if you don't assemble the 2/3, then the town automatically becomes a member of the Water Protection Fund.
right, which is a problem because our warrant's set and closed. So,
This likely would not, we're not talking about town meeting this
year.
spring. We're not talking about town meeting this
Okay.
fall. We're talking, about next year, the year after.
Okay.
Unlikely this will be finally passed by your town meeting, so we're not, just
Great.
want to be clear on that.
all right, we'll start with Mark.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. It's great to see you. I think, as you stated in the beginning, this is not only a major issue for Cape Towns, it's also been actually a challenge for the Cape delegation, and that is to figure out ways creatively to come up with the resources that are needed at the state level to help local communities really address this problem. I think my observation, I'm just speaking for myself, is that I think this was one of the difficulties that we faced several years ago when Yarmouth was sort of tackling this issue by itself. That the lack of state funding, the lack of federal funding, I think I think many people in the community felt the burden was really falling squarely on them. So the fact that you collectively have stepped up and worked on figuring out some creative ways to address this challenge is, I think, something that you should all be commended for. So I appreciate very much the work that you've done. I also appreciate the fact that you've been listening to various groups, various organizations. You've certainly gotten an earful from me on numerous occasions, and I appreciate the fact that you've been listening and listening hard and also making some adjustments as you move along. So I think this kind of conversation with the board is very timely, it's very helpful, and I think it's terrific that you're here to listen to our board and some of the other comments and thoughts that they might have about this. The only other thing that I would want to mention is the fact that I like the fact that there's some openness, that towns that are trying to be creative. I see Andy Gottlieb here from Mashpee. Mashpee's done a remarkable job in finding creative ways to address the problem of nutrient loading by going into an aquaculture direction, looking at shellfish propagation. And the fact that this is an initiative that allows towns to be creative. The problem that we've had in the past is that so many of our approaches traditionally have been sort of stovepipe, cookie cutter, it's sewering or nothing. And the fact that we can try to be creative by looking at permeable reactive walls, to be looking at shellfish, to enable financing to cover those ranges of options, I think is incredibly important. And as you know, you've heard from some other communities that are dealing with water issues, but they aren't necessarily exactly in line with what we're dealing with here. But clearly, I think what you've done is remarkable. I appreciate the dialogue and your effort to reach out and get additional comments. And like I said, in terms of my specific comments about the bill, you've heard plenty from me. I'm more than happy to yield the rest of my time to the rest of the board.
And we've made revisions, as you'll notice. So, and following tonight, actually, we'll make more revisions to this too. So
Can't say enough that this is absolutely a work in progress, and the senator's been great. As I mentioned earlier, we've been on kind of the listening tour, touring around, listening to folks in my part of the legislative district as well. But we want to hear your feedback, and this is not by any means the finished product that you see before you today. We have to find out what works best for you, what works best for the other towns, and then eventually, hopefully, we'll get there and get this to a point where the vast majority, if not all the towns in the Cape, find it acceptable and useful.
Mike?
I think on the positive side, the flexibility that the proposed legislation has in terms of allowing for innovative and alternative technologies is a good thing. Shellfish propagation as an alternative in areas that aren't as heavily impacted as some others that would require sewering is a good thing. And I suppose it's noteworthy, too, that towns that have already taken the initiative have a vehicle for relief in terms of refinancing debt for the good work that they have already done. Conceptually, it makes a lot of sense to approach wastewater on a regional basis because these water bodies are a common resource to the Cape in general and also among towns. For example, we share Lewis Bay with Barnstable, and we share Bass River with Dennis, and so to take a watershed approach, I think, is a good thing and makes a lot of sense. The concern I have is in implementation of the equitable portions of this agreement. Norman and I know what equity means. Our problem is people that we deal with on the other side of the river sometimes have different notions of what that means. And that's the difficult part of this legislation, is that, if I understand it correctly, each town is going to get one member, one representative to this body that oversees the distribution of these funds. It's not going to be weighted voting, as I understand. Like, for example, the Barnstable County government, the Assembly of Delegates, you have weighted voting. Well, a town like Yarmouth has a lot of rental units, a lot more than probably most towns on the Cape. And yet, other towns with very little revenue generating capacity are going to have the same voice. And I think that's, in terms of the implementation of this, I think it's going to create some problems. You know, again, I'd have to study it more carefully to give a final recommendation on that, but my gut instincts tell me that weighting voting would be fairer than one vote for one town, because I think the major stakeholders should have the major voice in the allocation and the distribution of these funds. There's an old saying about the tyranny of the minority, and I think sometimes that's more than just a cliche. I think that could very well be at work here in terms of the implementation of this plan. In terms of the opt-out provisions, I think you have, if you opt out, you have a hiatus that you have to serve, like 2 years, isn't it, before you can come back in. And during that 2 years, your town's not collecting any monies because you have already opted out, right? So there's no penalty there. It's just that you have to wait to 2 years before you can get back in. And at that time, the tax would kick in.
Correct.
Is that how it's going to work?
Yes, correct.
So, again, you know, it's the same thing with education. It's the same thing with regional wastewater approach. All those things make sense. I mean, the Cape's really a small area, and it has a very fragile environment. It's aesthetic appeal. It's oceans. It's rivers, lakes. It's really the bedrock of the economy, as well as the quality of life here. And so, obviously, there has to be a solution. It's going to be, hopefully, the federal government will buy in for a piece, and the state will buy in for a piece, because I don't think the people on Cape Cod can afford $4 billion.
No, they can't.
It won't get done.
Yeah.
If they want us to pay $4 billion to resolve this problem, I'm going to open a musket shop, because there'll be another revolution. We do not have those kind of resources on the Cape. But again, the devil's in the details. And I see on an administrative level a difficult system to administer without weighted voting.
Thank you. So on the equitable distribution piece, we've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and actually in a prior iteration of the draft, it basically, there was language that said, you know, each town will get back at least however much money they put in, and that's been ruled by legal counsel to have some problems around that, and so we couldn't keep that in, but that was sort of in the original legislation. You know, it's really interesting when you look at when you look at both needs of what are going to be needed project-wise, but then also looking at sort of where this money is going to be generated. Probably, actually the town that actually probably generates some of the most room revenue and will under expansion is actually Provincetown, which has a huge rental market, very, very valuable, and so the sort of traditional ways that we've weighted voting on the Cape Basin population, which is a constitutional requirement, it's a tough fit. I think for Yarmouth, you folks both have, you're one of the higher generators currently of room occupancy. I think you'll continue to see that with the expansion, but you're also among the towns that have some of the more significant need, and so hopefully that's a fit. We have tried, and I'm certainly open to suggestions on this. If you look in, it's section 3, which talks about the management board and why we had a management board. If you look at SRF implementation, and I don't know if the town administrator or other staff wants to talk about this, my understanding is that the SRF process is there's a process and there's a scoring system, but as far as sort of government bureaucracy, it's not as cumbersome as other initiatives. You were talking about SBA funding, the school funding rather earlier. That is a far more involved sort of process. And so what's envisioned here, right, is just to sort of layer on, and I envision, an additional page or two, right, with criteria for this additive funding. That's what it's really intended to be. Now, you could imagine that would just be administered, by the State Revolving Loan Fund out of Boston, and it's a scoring system and you get your money. We heard a lot of feedback around wanting to have some sort of local control of this. So the management board is sort of an attempt to make sure that you have local input. It's actually town managers are the folks who serve on that. There's some technical assistance that are provided from others, but basically their main duty is to look at equitable distribution among participating municipalities consistent with revenue deposited from each municipality into the fund, and to ensure that monies from the fund are spent only for the purposes listed in the sections above. We can work to strengthen that, and if you have thoughts on how we do it, unfortunately, the sort of dollar in, dollar out piece just doesn't pass. It doesn't work legally, unfortunately. And so I don't know, from a weighted vote perspective, I don't know if we could say, I don't know. I'd have to take that back to council and say, well, can you weight votes based on where the money comes in from? You might want to be cautious about that, because especially when you add in the expansion of these room rent, of actual rentals of homes. So Truro, right, tiny little town. I think we got 0.97% of a vote in the county. My hometown where I live, 2,007 people, I think. Truro has multiple homes that rent for over $30,000 a week. So if you had a weighted voting, and you could look at it, but it might be interesting sort of who emerges with having the biggest vote in a weighted voting system that was based on money that came in. So we can look at that, but I think my understanding of, because you're bringing in these additional rentals and because you're talking about such huge generation that's going to come from large properties that are rented out, and Yarmouth has properties that rent for a lot of money too. But I've had some caution in looking at, all right, if we do a weighted vote, it may be that some of the smaller communities with very little need would have a much bigger say than others.
You could also have some minimums based on number of rental units in a given locality. That they would be assured a certain minimum percentage of the funds. I mean, there's got to be some kind of a minimum ratable distribution formula that could be implemented.
Yeah, and you know what, we'll try to keep at that, because that's something that's been, continually been a challenge.
I have a suggestion on that, because I think, was I next?
Are you finished?
I guess you are.
Thank you.
We know we got about a $4 billion commitment, big number. That when you get into the details of that, it's so many gallons of effluent that have to be handled. I don't know why we can't approach this, the allocation of funds, just like you would with the development of a sewer system. Have an allocation of gallons of potential capacity to all the towns on the Cape. And if a town does not use their allocation, they could sell that to another town. And that might resolve the situation with Truro, for example, allow them to sell some of their gallons to a neighboring community or to any other community on the Cape. They essentially would be getting some credit back, and the details of how that would work out would need to be worked through. But that concept is consistent with the way many overall sewer authorities work. And I saw that work in Vermont, in Killington, and we had a big system, and let's say it could handle 100,000 gallons, just for a number. Yep. And then gallons were allocated out to each property in the community, and then certain properties that didn't use those could allocate those back to other properties, or sell those rights to other properties. So that might be a method that could be used. But I think that some method of allocation of capacity on a system, quote-unquote, Cape-wide system basis needs to be done in order to assure the equity that Mike was talking about. Whether you deal with that on a voting basis or whether you assign the gallons out, I think that accomplishes the same thing in a little bit different way.
Interesting.
It distributes the capacity equitably across the entire Cape. But I have another big picture question on this. We've got a $4 billion requirement. How much is this going to generate? Is this going to generate 50% of the bonding requirement for a $4 billion investment? Or, because we need to know that. If we can only go to the fund for, let's say we've got a $250 million requirement here in our community. If we can only expect to get $150 million from the fund, we need to find a source for the other $100 million. So we need to know what the capacity is of this plan. And I don't know if you have the answer to that right offhand or not.
So from the back of the napkin estimates we've done, because again, there's no hard numbers out there on what the expansion of room occupancy is going to look like from a rental perspective. Those are guesstimates. This is for the $1 billion. Conservatively, the state's on the hook for, or has committed in the 208 plan, signed off by the governor, signed off by DEP, for $1 billion of the $4 billion problem, so that this, the aim is to generate, approximately a little under 20 million over that, we're talking over like a 30, 40 year period, so over many decades.
Annually, you mean?
Annually, yes.
20 million annually?
Yep.
Okay. I'm looking at thinking about the debt service on 250 million of about 20 million annually. Time you add back interest, it usually doubles the amount of the obligation over 25 years, just round numbers, $20 million a year. We don't build that out, but so you're saying for the entire Cape, 20 million a year?
So yes, this is not my this is not our sort of expertise, is in sort of estimating this, and we've asked that this be looked at, and we're trying to get better numbers. I actually had my district director reach out to Airbnb and say, all right, hey, can we just get a sense of how many rooms you've got on Cape Cod, on the islands? The other factor in this is that the islands are in this. This is something that I've pushed for because I represent these communities as well, and they have these same wastewater challenges that we do. They're just under a court order. And oh, by the way, if they're in this, you're talking about, again, significantly more money that's going into this. So let me follow up with the folks of the chamber and others that we've been working on to get you harder numbers on this. This has been a critique that I've had and that others had, is saying, like, all right, look, we need to really get our handle around what this is. This is designed, though. This is not designed to solve the whole problem. This is about the state's portion of solving the problem. So this still leaves the town of Yarmouth and every other town, with at least 50% of that cost. So it's meant to be additive. It's meant to be additional to the SRF. It's not designed to solve all those problems. I think the estimates that I've seen have been conservative, and I think that my sense is that expanded room occupancy is just so significant, right? We've seen such a move to rentals that hopefully this will, I think we're talking about these as serious dollars, but we'll follow up with those more specific numbers, because I've been wanting those too.
Okay. I think that's really important. I guess the point that Tracy was making about the other 6%, I have a philosophical issue with trying to hold the current residents responsible financially for a problem that's been generated over 3 or 4 generations. That just doesn't, and I can't imagine how anybody
We
could
won't talk
logic.
about OPEB right now.
No, we're not talking about OPEB.
No, just saying.
No, we're not talking about OPEB. That's
Put all on the table.
Oh, you want to get started? That's
It was just funny. As soon as you said that, Eric and I looked at each other and we're like,
So his head go like this. Oh, God, no.
yeah, really. But, other solutions, and we've got to have fairly quick solutions that do not place burdens from a property tax perspective.
Absolutely.
Cape Cod is, if you look at the economics of the Cape, the average household incomes are a fraction of what they are statewide. And we simply don't have the capacity to go after residents like some of the communities outside of Boston might, or in other areas. So it's just not, and one of the reasons we get so much pushback is for that very reason. Where's the money going to come from?
No, you're absolutely right. We don't want to be driving seniors out of their homes, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Right.
If we attack it through property taxes. Selectman Holcomb, you're 100% correct.
So there has to be some additional effort, and we've worked on the issue. We have some things that we think we can do, but it'll need state approval, legislative action, and so forth. But it's still a major issue. So, but we do need some answers in terms of what we can expect in terms of funding. The other issue that I would bring up is communities like Yarmouth, Dennis, Harwich, working in partnerships. Well, the projection is that there might be, in total, I think the numbers are right around $50 million in savings. Well, how does that get factored in? Because what's the incentive to our communities to work together if that money's just, there's no credit for having done that sort of work? So I think something has to be done in that regard to give some recognition to regional approaches that save a significant amount of money.
Selectman Holcomb, my understanding is under the existing SRF criteria, you receive significant points for that, for regional partnerships, and I think that that's something that this is intended to extend. But I'll ask too. I'm not an expert in SRF approval.
Okay.
But it's a good question.
I guess my other question at this point is with regard to this revolving fund. This is bonding, this revolving fund that is done by the state and is made available on a quote-unquote as-needed basis, or how does that work? And
Correct. It's a rolling fund as a net as-needed basis. Municipalities apply, and it's scored. It's a scored system, so there's no undue influence with it. It's administered by the treasurer with consultation from Mass DEP.
so how do the interest rates work?
They're very low interest rates. I think they're a lower interest rate. I think they're almost, I think it's 0% nearly.
So there's in fact some subsidy
Yes.
built into that effectively. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Can I ask one more question before you go there?
Okay.
In terms of the integrity of this fund, what assurance do the residents have that this fund won't be repurposed or invaded or used for some other, I mean, some funds in the past in the government have been misappropriated.
No.
Never
One
heard that.
example that comes to mind is Social Security. How solid is this in terms of this money basically being sequestered and used for these purposes and only for these purposes going forward?
That's a great question. So one thing we spent a lot of time thinking about is that we have a penchant in the legislature broadly of putting aside money and then for a dedicated purpose and then sticking our hands in it when we need that money. This is designed in linking this with the state revolving loan fund program, which is a program that the legislature has not dipped their hands into to touch. We think that yet, but we think it's pretty tough. Also, by putting this in statute, you have to go through. You'd have to go through the legislature to get that done. And if you look at the composition and how we work as a delegation, you would need basically unanimous support from the Cape and Islands delegation to make any of those changes. And you'd also need leaders on Beacon Hill to basically view it as sort of not controversial, basically almost like a regional home rule. So it's very hard to sort of repurpose this stuff. I will say that the original proposal that was brought to me, which I immediately rejected, was far more expansive. It talked about having a regional infrastructure bank, which would have been, in my opinion, was sort of not appropriate for the need, and could have been repurposed in many different ways. This is very narrow, very specific, relatively lean, uses existing criteria, doesn't build a whole new bureaucracy, and as far as the sticky fingers problem, it's as airtight as you can get.
Sticky finger problem. I like
Hopefully. I mean, there's always a... We have a bad habit in the legislature, but we've designed it to be as airtight as possible.
Norm, you finished? All set?
I'll be happy to go on about OPEB, but that's...
Eric.
Just a couple of quick things to make sure I understand correctly. I've heard both 6% and 2.75%. I'm not sure I'm clear on the difference. 2.75 is the adder to the 6.25 we already have.
So there's three. That's a good question. There's actually three numbers that we're talking about. The state, regardless if you have no local option or a local option, collects 5.7%. That goes to the Department of Revenue. Towns currently under existing law have authority to have a local option at 2%, at 4%, at 6%. You folks have voted to be at 6%. That money is also collected by the Department of Revenue and then comes back quarterly as a check to the town of Yarmouth. We're talking about an additional 2.75% on top of that 5.7, on top of the, in this case, 6, and a 2.75 collected in the same mechanism, but that sort of check or money exchange, if you will, would go into this fund.
All right. My second question is, I just want to make sure I'm clear. You know, you put it, Senator Sear, as $1 earned or $1 put in doesn't necessarily get you $1 out. So the revenues that the town of Yarmouth generates from this are going to be put into $1 billion pot somewhere. So, you know, for instance, if if Yarmouth contributed 65% and another community only contributed 35%, the other community would benefit from
Where are those
Yarmouth's
numbers
65%.
coming from?
Well, I just, we already have one of those deals. So
Yeah,
thank you very much.
This has not been modeled after the regional school agreement between the tenants in Yarmouth.
It's similar. It's similar. Other towns are going to benefit from our size and our revenue and our ability to generate revenues.
As someone who is a resident of a small town, which I will not say this in, actually I did say this in Truro, and I said this for the select board, from a sending town into this, I actually think Yarmouth is one of the, from my perspective, I think Yarmouth is one of the communities that will benefit most or more. I think sending communities, I look at a town like Provincetown, which is going to need to build out their, a little more of their sewering, but they've already kind of invested in those projects. Look at a town like Chatham, which has basically built out their project. I look at Truro, which is going to have a very sort of minor need. These are communities that are going to put in significant dollars, which, given as well, I think the real tremendous effort and movement we've seen between Harwich, Dennis, and Yarmouth on this partnership, I think you folks are going to be well positioned to get some of these dollars. If you look at where our communities in wastewater planning, who's ready to seize on additional resources, resources for wastewater? I think Orleans is in a good position. I think now with this tri-town approach, I think you folks are in that position. And I think Mashpee has some, the aquaculture projects that have been talked about. So, and actually in Truro, when I presented this before the Board of Selectmen, I think there was acknowledgement in Truro that, look, our community doesn't exist, right? 30 miles out in the Atlantic Ocean, if you don't have Hyannis and you don't have Yarmouth Port and you don't have an Orleans, right? And that you need to have these more vibrant commercial centers where if you're someone like me, this is where you do a lot of your commerce and shopping and where you go to the hospital and a whole host of things. So I think from what I said earlier is that unfortunately from a legal perspective, we couldn't, by saying $1 in, $1 out, in law, it's almost like it's problematic. And so that's what I was saying. Unfortunately, we can't say that. And so what we're trying to do, and Selectman Hope, I'm going to take a look at, your suggestion on that, is what we're trying to do is basically say, all right, this has to be equitably distributed, considering in where revenues are generated, without basically putting ourselves in a situation where we're saying something that's not going to pass council and is not legal. Does that make sense?
We're not going to get our money back.
And I should also add, too, this is designed to give towns several years to actually look at this, right? So we can actually see what the revenues are, that you can actually make kind of an educated decision, really look at what these numbers are, because I think we don't know, or we have educated guesstimates, but when you're talking about this additional room occupancy, it's still to be seen in a certain sense.
And my last question is, I haven't had the opportunity to formulate this thought clearly in my own head, but in terms of the issue of opting out, I'm inclined to be opposed to that, and the reason is, I remember when we were trying to sell a sewer system here in Yarmouth, for argument's sake, let's say the southern half of Yarmouth was going to have to be hooked up and the northern half of Yarmouth wasn't. Well, everybody was going to have to pay for it to some extent. And the argument was that everybody benefits from clean water. Everybody benefits from the environment. So I think that, to allow towns to opt out and then reap the benefit of a healthier environment and clean water is kind of counterintuitive to me. So I don't know that I would give towns the opportunity to opt out because the health of the environment is good for us all. So, and that was, it was unsuccessful here, but it's a good argument.
Yep. No, and actually that's an argument that we've actually had internally as a delegation. One argument saying, all right, this is a major problem. The state's on the hook for $1 billion of it. Here's how we're going to do it. Everyone's in, and you don't get to say if you're a town. Let's use the example of towns like Sandwich, Brewster, Truro. who aren't going to have sewers, but who are contributing to, water quality in embayments in other towns, no, we're all in this together. On the other hand, hearing from, a community like Provincetown, which sort of sees this and is, some folks have seen this in the town and said, well, wait a minute, we've already taken care of our problem. Why should we be helping any other community but ourselves? They neglect, as we remind them in Truro, that they get their water from Truro, and they wouldn't have water without Truro. But, so the opt-out provision was actually really a compromise between the delegation and saying, all right, towns have a choice, but an opt-out from a 2/3 vote at town meeting is a high bar, so that basically there's an ability for towns to opt out, but there's going to have to be a real cogent argument and a conversation with the voters to do that. And so that's sort of the compromise that we struck, because I think there was a real sentiment. I think of our colleague Randy Hunt, who I think is, has talked really about, all right, wanting everyone to be in this, and then the challenges we've had from, that Representative Peake has with some of her communities, especially Chatham and Provincetown, that have made those investments. So that's sort of how that opt-out was designed. There's an opt-out, but it's it's a heavier lift than, say, well, the Board of Selectmen can just vote to opt out. Thank you for your comments.
Understood. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you. So I appreciate it. Obviously, you've spent so much time on this. It's come a long way. I've watched the progress, the many years of legislation. In Yarmouth, 3 times we had different legislation that passed town meeting but didn't get enacted in the state for the expansion. So to me, that tells me where I think the people of the town feel with the expansion. So personally, I'm in favor of that. Again, I want to keep my money, and I think we would use it wisely, but I'm still somewhat concerned about another layer and how that whole thing works. One of the things I did talk to you about some time back was some of the ideas that we talked about here in Yarmouth on how we were going to address wastewater. And one of them was the possibility of asking our delegation to look at the CPA enactment and allowing to broaden that so that each town could, if they wanted to, use it for wastewater. Some towns obviously will continue to use it for historic and recreation, and I think those are great options. But if it can be expanded to include wastewater, because wastewater is certainly something that has to do with recreation and historic and all the things that we love here about Cape Cod. I know that there was some talk about the act, the Community Preservation Act, even being continued after 2020 or where we're at with that. But if there's an opportunity to start to look at that as another funding stream for communities, not just on Cape Cod, but throughout the Commonwealth that would like to utilize that, I think it fits nicely into that. One of the other pieces also that we talked about was a conveyance in the Registry of Deeds. All things that would help us, but not put the burden really on taxpayers. So those were, I think, 2 of the pieces that at some point in time we wanted to talk to you about. I think it all goes together because, you're talking about your state piece, but in terms of us as a town, how we're going to fund it, we need to continue to look at options.
Thank you. And by no means, if this is enacted and passed and signed into law, that this is no means sort of the end of that work, right? There's so much more to be done. I think we are going to have an opportunity to look at CPA. There's actually a zoning reform and housing production bill that's being worked through the legislature. There's actually some talk at actually looking at CPA as it relates to housing and some issues. That may be a space to look at the wastewater component of that. I don't know, but I think I'll look at that. And I think, however, I can and we can, I think, help you folks, find creative solutions around how we're going to address these challenges, particularly just not relying on the backs of property taxpayers, because really, if you look at the needs that we have, that's just. I'm concerned about that from an equity perspective, and I'm concerned about that from the sustainability and preservation of our community. We're already, unable to continue. We're already really
regional
struggling.
Transportation that doesn't get funded, so we need that money.
Thank you.
Community preservation fund.
Yeah. No, we're very cynical. It happens. No, but I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you listening to the board. I think it's really important. Does anybody else have anything else?
I would just like to thank them for their hard work and their time tonight to come in and talk to us and to the folks out there. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, to everybody in the audience, sorry that went a little bit long, but it's an important discussion. Thank you very much for coming. Okay. So our 6 p.m. item is the public hearing for our second hearing for ambulance fees. I see the chief and deputy. Thank you, Andrew. Welcome to Yarmouth. Good evening.
Quick.
Yeah, has anything changed on this front?
Sure.
All right, that's perfect. Do we need to, I guess, before we go any further, honestly, I think that unless something's changed, we can go to the public.
Sure.
And see if anybody has any questions, because.
We'll just put up the.
Does the board want a presentation?
No.
No. Okay.
We'll just put up the one slide that actually shows the increases that we're proposing.
Perfect.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for the public's knowledge, this is our second fee hearing. This presentation was given in public before. We allow the community to have watched that presentation and come forward. This is a public hearing, so we will take public comment if anybody has anything to say. In the packet, if anybody read the packet, the proposed fees are in there. So with that, I will, I guess I'll open the hearing's already open, it's just continued. So is there anybody in the public that has any comments on the ambulance fee proposal that we are having tonight? I'm not trying to rush anybody. I think the information we've already been given, so if anybody has anything, now is your time. Dan, have we received correspondence at all? Nothing. Is there anybody in the public that has any comment on this proposed fee? Okay, seeing none, make a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there a motion? Would you like to have a discussion, Mark?
I think we've opened it up for the public to get some more public comment. We've heard.
Okay, just
So I
making
think-
sure. I'm not
yep.
trying to rush anybody through it, but in the matter of time, I think we had a great presentation the last time. So is there anybody who wants to make a motion?
I'll move to accept the proposed fee increase. We almost got it done. Illustrated in the chart on the projector. You want me to, should I read them into the record?
I think
Dan?
it's there.
Yes, that would be helpful. Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
The current fee for BLS is $731.46. The proposed fee will be $950.90. The current fee for ALS is $868.62. The proposed fee will be $1,129.21. The current fee for ALS 2 is $1,257.20. The proposed fee is $1,634.36. And the mileage current fee is 16.5 cents, and the proposed fee is 22.
$16.50.
Second.
What?
$16.50.
say?
You said 16 cents.
It is 16
16 and a half,
cents.
16 and a half cents.
Cents.
Six
Per mile.
to
Per mile.
22 cents per mile.
Yes.
Isn't that what I said?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. Okay, was that a second?
Yes.
Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the golf budget update and future funding opportunities. Good evening. Good evening. We had a new packet given to us today. That's what's in our packet. I assume that this will correspond
In our
with...
packet?
Yes.
It is?
I think so. It was in my packet. Did they forget to put one in yours?
Extra one for Norman?
Do you have it? Perfect. Look at it, Chris. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Is this what was in the packet?
It was in the packet. There was a second one that some people have, I think, in their packet that came out. Should have the second one.
Small tweak, but everyone should have it.
Yeah. What's going out now is the most up-to-date budget detail. There's been a lot of movement
Wait a minute.
that we've had internally on this.
Oh,
I apologize for coming to you now, but this is the latest budget detail on the golf.
So how do I know if I have the right one here? There's only one.
How many do you have in your packet? Should, I think they pulled out the original one. Should be. That what you have, yeah. I believe we were able to, whatever's in your packet, the original one that went out by email has been pulled
Okay.
and been replaced with this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening. If you would like to start by introducing yourself, that would be great.
Excuse me, Wayne Kivy.
Kristen Seymour.
Pat Armstrong, Director of Community Services.
Jim Armentrout, Director of Golf Operations. Kristen is the Chairman of the Golf Enterprise Committee, and Mr. Kivy is the Recording Secretary of that committee.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this evening. We'll let you
Okay,
take it away.
I will kick it off with the little bit of background. Since the inception of the Yarmouth Golf Enterprise, with its charge to oversee and recommend to the Selectmen on issues regarding the financial health and viability of Yarmouth golf courses, the courses management has been able to produce a positive financial result in 9 out of the 12 years of the existence of the fund. The overall history of Yarmouth Golf has been one of positive contribution to the town through both direct financial contribution and through peripheral contributions, including providing attractive open space, contributing to quality of life as well as to real estate values, providing quality recreational experience, averaging over 75,000 rounds annually, supporting junior golf, hosting MGA and NEPGA junior events, as well as providing low-cost, no-cost instructional opportunities for local youth. We've accommodated school teams and activities, provided employment to local residents, attracted shoulder season visitors to Yarmouth's hotels, restaurants, that pay various taxes and employ our residents over the same critical shoulder periods. Over that same period, the enterprise has retired over $5 million in debt principal, including over $2 million associated with the 1999-2000 landfill closure. From fiscal 2007 through fiscal 2017, we've experienced a decline in key revenue streams, particularly at Bayberry Hills Golf Course. When we indicated that previously to the Select Board, the Board instructed that on an expedited basis we make planned improvements to the Bayberry Hills course and significantly improve the course conditions. The Bayberry Hills renovation will be complete for the calendar 2000 and fiscal 2019 golf year. In addition, the town has hired a new, most competent and energetic superintendent for the courses and renewed its commitment to the course maintenance and to providing quality course conditions. The next stage is getting the word out to the golfing public that we have a new and superior product at Bayberry Hills in order to regain a significant portion of that revenue decline. The revenue decline at Bayberry Hills has been precipitous. It has been over from 2007 to 2017. We have seen a $454,000 decline in the green fee and cart revenue streams at Bayberry Hills. At the same time, Bass River's revenues have been fairly stable. So what we have done in the past year are started to rectify the situation, along with the improvements that we have rendered to the golf course. We have proposed a division reorganization that'll save $60,000 annually. We extended the golf car contract that will save $35,000 annually. We've entered a request with the Zoning Board of Appeals for outdoor entertainment at Bass River Golf Course that hopefully will enhance the experience there and result in additional restaurant revenues. I repeat, we hired an excellent new golf course superintendent. We coordinated with the Yarmouth Chamber of Commerce to develop social media marketing programs. We have settled our water issues with the Mass Department of Environmental Protection and worked with a septic treatment plant for additional Bayberry Hills water. We continue to provide enhanced teaching programs to women and juniors. We provided GPS units on all golf carts for the both golf courses with the capability of communicating restaurant and golf shop specials to golfers, and with the additional option of utilizing those for an advertising revenue stream. We've worked with the MGA to bring a major ladies golf tournament to Bass River in June. Finally, we've parlayed our annual demo day into a media week grand opening for the Bayberry Hills Golf Course. So that should get us off the ground and moving in the right direction.
I'd just like to say that going forward, I've had a few conversations with our town administrator. I know that the Golf Enterprise Committee as well has been visiting and revisiting ways to hopefully try to increase our percentage of green fees, get some good ideas out there. We'd like to have the best product we can for what the members are looking for at a reasonable cost. And I feel that with these changes that are being made and what we're striving for, working with the town administrator, now Ms. Armstrong is on board, I feel like we're very much moving in the right direction. We need to get a little bit more forward momentum, but I do believe that we're going to be able to see an increase, hopefully, if the weather holds, a significant one, moving forward.
Thank you. So I have a few slides I'll just read through. So the best possible value and experience, that's really what we're now shooting for. Yarmouth Golf needs to build on the excitement of the renovations at Bayberry Hills to provide a top-shelf product this coming year. The staff needs to change the culture surrounding the value of play and to be more customer-driven and to encourage people to return. Season pass holders need to be enticed to expand their experiences to include concession and merchandise purchasing, as well as expand their invited guest visits through discounts and specials. Visitors need to be courted to try us out and to return again. And no excuses, no deflection. We need to own the product, and we need to embrace the changes.
Pat, Madam Chairman, may I interrupt for a second? Pat, can you go back to that slide? This is trivial, and it really doesn't have anything to do with what we're here to talk about tonight, but I want to bring this up because it's very germane to this slide. The biggest complaint I get when people complain to me about the Yarmouth golf courses is the fact that they're referred to as season pass holders and not members. I haven't heard of another golf club that refers to its members as season pass holders. You go to private clubs, sign on the door says members only. Doesn't say pass holder only. And to that point, I think the next, or the previous point, point number 2, staff needs to change the culture surrounding the value of its members and the value of play and being more customer-driven. The number one complaint I get is that members are not referred to as members and that members aren't valued.
I stand corrected, and it was not my intent to
I just wanted to point
diminish
that out to
anyone, Mr. Tully, but I will, thank you. I'll be sure to be more sensitive to that.
If I may, I get the same thing that Eric's talking about, and it goes to your slide because it talks about customer service, I think, which integrates with that. I don't accept that golf is down generally in the country for explaining all the things that have happened to this golf course and all the economic problems that it has. I think it's probably partially responsible. But I've known people that made the same exact complaints, many of them, over the last several years that Eric's talking about. And they feel minimized, not appreciated, and some have left and have gone to other courses in Barnstable and Dennis. And I think we have to address that. I think that's a big problem.
Because of how we refer to them.
Because they don't feel welcome in their own courses. They feel minimized, and that the golf course exists for the people that are the cash payers, and that the members are second-class citizens and are slighted.
That's very good insight. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Norm?
That point, I feel like we're jumping on.
I didn't mean to derail the whole thing.
No, I know. But, you know, Jim talked about the decline in revenues from 2007 to 2017, and I think that next chart is very telling because...
This chart?
No, that one that you just had up there.
Thank you very much.
And thankfully, it does say member decline. But the member decline is about 370 members. If you multiply that times $800 a member, that's about $300,000. That's the entire decline in revenues.
And the difference is about 141,000, which is the shortfall.
Right. So, we have, compared to private courses, I think we have a fairly unique membership in terms of mixture. You know, a preponderance of retirees who are tightwads.
Frugal.
and for the most part, and will not agree to spend an awful lot more. And I think we need to be very cognizant of the fact that they want to feel better appreciated, but they don't want to spend an awful lot more unless they feel they're getting a great value for what they're spending it on. And, you know, so many of the, I've played with a couple different groups of members in the last 10 years, and you know, some of them had credits in the pro shop, and they're very reluctant to use them because the prices are so high. I can go in now and look at a golf shirt that's probably $40, $45. I just bought a couple of golf shirts down in Hilton Head in a PGA shop in the airport. Beautiful shirts for $20. So, you know, I was willing to do that because I thought, hey, you know, that's a value. And I think that's part of what members are looking for. is that, that feeling that they're getting value, and that they will spend more, but it's not going to come easily.
Could I just make a comment to that statement? I don't disagree with what you said. I think you're really pretty spot on with the statement about some of these members being very frugal, and some have very good reason to, and they are expecting a lot of value for what they put into Yarmouth Golf. But I feel like there is, to a certain extent, a burden on membership to value what Yarmouth Golf and what our town offers to them. And if they keep their sites so frugal, and they are showing that perhaps their value isn't very high, it's hard for us to hold the level of golf. Does that make sense? At a valuable level.
Absolutely.
So I feel like there's a certain amount of reciprocation on the members' part. If you can provide a product that they see as valuable, they need to recognize it as valuable and the commitments that come with that. My husband and I have had several discussions along those lines, and I can only speak for the two of us, but the two of us are more than willing to appreciate the value of golf in what way we can to contribute to the course, to participate in spending at the course in order to keep that momentum going forward so that the town of Yarmouth doesn't lose these valuable resources. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. So as we look at this slide, and we've brought it to your attention now, you see that we have increased the membership fee from 2007 to 2017, up 22%, or $155. And our membership has declined 33%, or about 340 some odd members. And rounds played are down about 23,000 rounds a year, 23%. And our revenues are also down about 8.5%, 8.7% at $3.35 million, down from $3.67. And then our food revenues are actually up $352,000, which is about a 2% increase. Now, in a 10-year revenue expense summary, you can see, as Jim said, that out of the past 10 years, there's been 7 years that were profitable and only 3 where a loss was found. And the biggest loss, of course, in 2017 of $143,000. But those revenues versus expenses, you can see small increases. But we know that the enterprise fund has been depleted, and that support is now not there for any deficits. So in this year's budget, we were looking at a deficit, so we tried to balance by making the following changes. Jim, he operated without a superintendent for 6 months, as he said, for a savings of $60,000. He took that job on himself and did an excellent job, and may I say that was not easy. He operated without an operations manager for a year at a savings of $80,000. So here's 2 jobs plus his own he did. There was a reduction in seasonal staff of $30,000. He negotiated the new CART contract. He said earlier 35. My record showed 20, so I apologize for the discrepancy in that. We'll get the right answer for you on that. And then miscellaneous reductions of $20,000 for a total savings of $210,000. Even with that, we are still looking at a perceived deficit balance of $61,000 that we're asking to be funded through a free cash grant for this year. But we went from 270 to 61, which I think is a good effort on our part to recognize and take the initiative to close the gap. So the turnaround plan for this coming fiscal year is a 5% growth. And if we could do an average 5% growth for the next 2 years, we feel that we could be back on track. So first would be an increase for BBH, which is Bayberry Hills, of 6% in green fees and 4% at Bass River, for a total of $61,000 in new revenues. CART fees, 5% increase at Bayberry Hills and another 5 at Bass River, for a total new revenue of $35,000 in CART fees. An increase in the range by adding a new digitized machine that you actually put a credit card in and don't have to go buy tokens up at the range, at the Golf Pro Shop, and we hope to have that generate another $4,000. Merchandising, looking at what we're selling, how we're selling it, what our markups are, and making some changes there for a new revenue stream of about $9,000. We want to really push the restaurants and look at the restaurant figures and see if we can maximize the location, the amenities, and the opportunities, as Jim said, going to the ZBA, trying to get that entertainment license, looking at it as a venue for our weddings and other things like we've done at the LaRusse Lodge at Flax Pond, which has had a number of successes, for a new $25,000 for this year, because we're already in this year, right? So people who are booking long-range events have already there. They've booked out for 19. So any real big newer ones will be looking at 2020. And then NR annual, Jim, what's NR?
Excuse me?
Sorry, the NR annual, which I had asked you, never gave me.
Non-resident.
Thank you, that non-resident addition. Yeah, he never gave me that answer, for an additional $3,500. So we're looking at new revenues of about $137,500, but we're still anticipating an additional deficit of $212,500 on top of that. So we're putting a $350,000 placeholder in the 2019 free cash request due to the Department of Revenue requirements of how we have to validate and do our funding and report that. And Norma is shaking his head so he understands what I'm saying. We hopefully, it looks bad, but we're hoping to catch up that 137.5. So, and then as we go into 20, we're looking at those same changes. Again, green fees, cart fees, new revenues on top of last year's revenues. So that's a double new revenue. New revenues on the ranges and the merchandising. Restaurant net, another 25, getting that up. And then non-resident again at 3,500, so a total of 185,000, which we're optimistic that this would break even or make a slight profit, but these figures would not address past support for payback of loans that the town's general fund has given us, and reserves that for the catch-up that we needed in the support previously. So we have a couple of options that have been put together here through our finance department for your consideration, and I know that the board has not had a chance to look at these yet, but as we present them to you tonight, then we will go back and have some conversations. First is to accept and manage that we're going to have periodic losses, but the benefits of having golf is worth managing that those losses will occur. Secondly, look at forcing a break-even situation, which would mean immediate reductions in service as those shortfalls start to appear, which would impact the quality of the product. And finally, to look at leasing the courses to others, as was discussed 10 years ago, and the board at that point decided that was not something they wanted to pull the trigger on. Any of these options, and all of them, of course, are put before you to maximize revenues and to reduce expenses. So if we accept managing periodic losses, golf is of value to our community. It drives in tourism. It's a recreational option for our citizens. It provides open space, and to be subsidized as needed, we could look at utilizing tourism preservation or other town funds to help with the marketing and some of the support required to keep the golf courses open in lean years, to allocate town recreational dollars to golf in those lean years as well, or to look at taking part of the links course and creating a solar project, which is out there and it's being it's in a discovery period now to see if that's a possibility. And those lease revenues would then be put into the fund to help support what we anticipate as a shortfall for the golf courses. This is really the periodic losses that you'll see on a year-to-year basis from 2009 to 2017. And that's really where we diminished the enterprise fund to its value at this point in 2018, where we'll be utilizing the end of that, and there's none left. So it's short pieces. Some years we had profitability, some years we didn't, but that's how the money's dissolved over a period of 9 years. If you force a break-even situation, the loss trend and the reserves not available, we could cut labor and other expenses within with potential impacts to the product, such as closing the courses on certain days, no golf on Wednesday kind of thing. less staff available to customers, so a decrease in customer service, less frequent mowing of the fairways and non-green areas, which is not the ideal product that we're all hoping to produce and what these renovations were put in place for, and other mid-season course corrections as things arise, and we need to make those adjustments. Not always the best option, but certainly one we need to consider. And then finally, lease options available, put solar on the links course or parts of it, lease the restaurants. Bass River is a beautiful location, which has some great opportunities, and Bayberry, I think, is underutilized and could make some other additional profits if given the right support, or look at leasing all of the 45 holes to a private operator. So with that, why would we want to lease? Well, the opportunities are to improve the product because we drive more tourism and support for the local businesses by keeping the courses open and at their top of their game, as you say, being the most attractive of those in the Mid-Cape area and drawing people to us. Having a steady lease revenue for a number of years would help us have a balanced budget because we know it's there. If it got to a certain point where revenues were above a certain level, such as with the tourism fund, we could then do some sharing of those revenues to assist with other tourism options. And the lease and solar revenues that would be generated could be used to support the past promise of modified growth in the annual fees. So if a member was concerned, maybe we could use these revenues to offset the increase in the new membership fee if it was a leased opportunity, so that we made our members whole. And this way we keep the assets open, we maintain them at the quality that Jim's been able to do in the last number of years with his staff, and they're a pride of Yarmouth and not an embarrassment. So from when we came last before you to through May 15th, this is our plan of action. We've reduced seasonal wages by about $30,000, as you saw on a previous slide. We are aggressively marketing spring play at Bass River and the links. On that good day the other day, we had over $6,000 in revenue. It was a good day when it was sunny before the wind picked up and the storms came. So being ready to accept players when the weather entices them to be there. But I got to tell you, even days when it was cold and rainy and windy, there were guys on that putting green and out there hitting. And I watched a ball go and take a 90-degree turn. I've never seen anything quite like it. But they're hitting into the wind, and they were having fun. I have to say that the Yarmouth Chamber has been extremely helpful, and Jim and I met with him and some staff to try to work on our marketing plan, and they've been very helpful and supportive. Jim's also been working hard to secure some tournament play and event play into 2020. Again, those are committed for 19, so we need to look for 2020. And then to revisit and clarify new roles of the full-time staff to make sure that we're utilizing the resources that we have and the people we have to get the best from them. And then starting May 16th through the end of June of 2019, we're going to continue to analyze the cost structure. We're going to bring Enterprise Committee and Golf Community into discussions for their input and guidance of where they feel we should go. We're going to evaluate the marketing and communication with our members and visitors and partners and improve that and increase what we can to be often in their mind. We want to see our name go across their Fitbit on their wrist twice a day. We want to see us show up on their internet screen. We want to be there to talk about what we have available. We want to study and maximize the restaurant structure and the merchandising, and we want to expand the events and partnership opportunities because we feel that we have a lot of growth areas that we could work on. So this was put together by Jim and a group, and I have to say I know that there's a group of committed, hardworking professionals at the golf courses that are struggling to bring them forward. And they have put great faith in the renovations at Bayberry Hills, and we haven't even seen the impact, as we've said previously, about that. I think there's some buzz in the golf community and in our own community about what's happening over there. The additional 50 trees that went down at the storm last week weren't planned for the ones we had already taken, but they have not hurt the course or the quality of the course. And I think maybe a selectmen's meeting on the 9th hole would be good, just for you to see what's out there and take a tour. It's beautiful, and we hope to do a video to be able to show people what it's looking like as it's changed. So with that, I leave questions from the board.
If I may, before you get into the questioning, just add a couple of pieces of due diligence that we've done. A couple things that we wanted to make sure that before you went into the line of questioning that we got across to you was number one was if the golf entity for the short-term future is going to stay within the town of Yarmouth and its staff. And we've made what we believe to be that level of cuts that need to get cut to keep a good product on the field, because you start going down a slippery slope. And so we wanted to make sure you had a realistic expectation of the numbers and what the product was going to be. Now, anybody that predicates a good business model on, 13 really good summer weekends that's a challenge. And, we're concerned about that. We have to have a lot of things break our way to turn the books around. Now, the revenue forecasts for what you have on the budget were based on 96% of the 4-year rolling average. We had a really bad year last year. If we have a good year this year, because a lot of things break our way, we get more foot traffic through the restaurants, we get more rounds of golf, we get great weather, we'll be able to go and set next year's budget on a better estimate based on that actual revenue through the door. And that will help potentially on paper show that that deficit will shrink from what we appear to today. But I don't know that sitting here with you today. On the long-term side, we do know this, and to Kristen's point, because I've dialogued with her on this. When we did a little due diligence with a very reputable and extremely successful operator, one of the things that's a tall challenge for this operation is when we asked where is their biggest growth year over year in revenue come from, it comes from members today. So to the point where, two things stuck out in my mind is, one, in the past, maybe we haven't really done a good job apprising the membership of our situation and how to communicate with them. And so we asked the vendor, how did you go about doing that? The second part of that would be the idea that they need to be part of our solution. And if we have an economic base in our membership that can't support growth, internal organic growth, that's going to be a significant challenge. What concerned our team when we were questioning the vendor was the amount of energy and effort and expenses that they put into developing this communication tool in the 21st century of how they prospected out that money from their present memberships and then go out into their different markets and get new golfers, because that's the next line, is a huge sum of money. We don't know what it means to the 2 golf courses at Yarmouth yet. We're not that far down the road. But one of the things that we wanted to do is to go to the committee after this stop, share with them what's going on, then invite the general membership to a meeting, get their input. And we do believe that a well-crafted request for proposal, and we've got numbers of examples of towns that have been struggling already that have gone on this market, would yield us back a lot of good information as how, if we were going to hang on to golf, how much resources we'd have to allocate to be able to ensure that we continue to have a successful product, so we don't have to sit there and wish away bad years, because they're inevitably going to come. If you look at our line item, though, for advertising, compared to the tall challenge that we have based on what we've heard from an operator that runs 161 courses across America, we'd have to supersize that number pretty significantly to even get into what I would call an economic or an advertising vehicle that could even come close to sustaining us for the future. So that's the tall challenge on the long term. Short term, we're putting some Band-Aids on this to get us through. But that, I wanted to make sure you understood that those are the steps that we're going to go down to find out what that means, and we'll come back to you at that present time and say, hey, if we want to hang on to this as an enterprise because of all the great benefits that were articulated prior, this is what the investment would mean. And if we don't want to go that road and we went out to the street to see what a vendor could do for us, we'll have information like that for you as well, to say that if we focused on the best possible product with good value, what that means to the town We'll see what that yields. But right now, we don't know any of that because there's never been a solicitation done to get to that level. There's more tonight as we sit here, unknowns than there are knowns. Sounds familiar? Need to be like that.
Okay. I don't even know where to start, honestly. I guess I'm concerned with the numbers. I'm going to ask just a couple questions, if that's right. Your projections in, say, merchandising or restaurant for 19 and 20, what substantive information do you have to think that, I mean, if we're looking at trends and we're being honest, I know you have a plan to get more people. I just don't know how we're going to achieve those numbers. I think if you look, okay, let me back up. We were told that we were in this position because of OPEB and other things. But I'm going through the budget and I see the OPEB figure. We have health insurance that's a 46% increase. 46%. How does that happen when we have an 11% increase for the town overall? We have an OPEB increase that actually decreased from 81. We're going from 81 to 68, so we're actually decreasing. So I guess that's because of so the 81,000 went from 18 to 81. It just doesn't make up for the shortfall. My biggest concern with these numbers are, we sat here 2 years ago, and I'm sorry, but we talked about these investments and looking forward and how we were going to afford to pay for those improvements. And from there to today, we can't pay for those improvements. And now we're asking to go in a completely different direction in terms of funding something that the town has given us as a community a directive. And the directive was that they wanted to be an enterprise fund and be self-sustaining. And now, based on the information, we're trying to change that mentality and say it's a benefit for everybody, so now we want everyone to pay for it. And we're projecting numbers for 2020 in an addition of 185,000 here, and I'm just not sure, based on anything that I've seen, that we would have that kind of increase. I mean, you looked at the history for the last, I mean, even if a better product, I'm very concerned, and I guess I've lost a little faith. A 46% increase in health insurance is.
I think, in fairness, Tracy, OPEB went up 450% before it went down 15%. So, just to be clear on
but
that.
We're looking at FY19
right
now. We're not dealing really with FY18, and
no,
it's
but
decreasing.
you're looking at the 15%, which is actually the FY19 review.
I don't know.
Right, but we're decreasing in the number, and we're short.
It's still a net difference of $50,000-$60,000.
The OPEB piece, we know that it wasn't being funded through, and Ed found that, and he added it in, and that's really what threw a lot of numbers off. And going forward, you know, we're trying to fund 100% of the OPEB as we go forward, or need to, but you know, there might be some flexibility, but what you see here is the best option. Jim, if you want to chime in at any point, but what you charged us with was to keep the golf courses running until the implementation of the new, which where you were promised, would be bringing in significant new revenue. So what we gave you tonight was an optimistic set of numbers that we are charged with meeting. And you have a new resource, and focus on how that's going to happen by pulling apart the marketing schemes, by pulling apart how the merchandise is bought, by looking at making the restaurants a more public entity than just for serving members, by looking at attracting new members. And until we attract enough members to break even through greens fees and users fees, these are the numbers we have to meet, are the ones we put on the board. In a 2-year plan, been a bit easier with 5, impossible with 1. So you've thrown down the gauntlet, or I've provided for you a gauntlet to throw down if you choose to accept it, with the help of Dan and Ed and a number of experts here in town, and of course Jim, it goes without saying. This is what we're doing, and this is what we would need to be able to do. And as Dan said, there's a lot of things, a lot of stars that have to align in order for this to be a reality. First off, it needs to stop raining, except from dusk to dawn, when we could then water the grass and not have to utilize as much water. Secondly, the product that we think is phenomenal has to blow people's mind, and they want to come and play it again. And thirdly, our people recognize, our staff recognize that it's the experience they have when they pull into the driveway that retains members and brings new guests and brings them back again. So no more grumpy cart washers, no more dismissive counter staff, no more dirty bathrooms. None of that can happen. It's got to be Disney World, and we know that. And that's what we're saying to the people who are coming back as seasonal employees. You want on? Here's your challenge. This is our goal. You got to do that. You got to show up. You got to be here when you show up. We're going to put a name tag on you so that people know you by name. If you're not going to meet our goals, then people are going to say, Pat was pretty nasty when I talked to her today. And then Jim's going to say, Pat, it's not what we're doing here. That's the sort of thing that we're giving you in this presentation tonight, because we're not closing the door tomorrow. We still got to open the courses, and we still got to make money, and we got to try to make up that deficit. So this is what we put before you. And that's the honest truth.
If I might, and I can certainly appreciate your, how you say, reservation, I guess, for one of a better term. But what I have gleaned out of some drilling down into some of our issues that we've had, and I've shared these with you in the past in general, but I can share with you fairly specifically. What we've had over these past 10, 11 years since, and I go back to FY 2007, which was a banner year for us, Yarmouth golf in general, and the golf on the Cape. We've had, we've got 2 golf courses, okay? One on one side of town, one on the other. One on one side of town perks right along. It was in 2007, it's green fee revenue and golf cart revenue were $910,000. In 2017, that same revenue was $927,000. Okay? So we're pretty smart on this side of town. The other side of town, not so much. At Bayberry Hills in 2007, that total revenue was $1,461,000. And in 2017, it was $1,008,000. For a difference of $453,000. That's what I've, kind of been trying to get across. We got a real Bayberry Hills problem, not necessarily a Yarmouth golf problem. To address that, we came and we shared some of that information, and we had people fussing, if you recall, about the condition of the course, the just general degree of, the course had run down over the period. We, the enterprise, we didn't have money to address that until the debt from some of the earlier obligations dropped off. And when it did, and with your encouragement, we went into a significant total renovation of Bayberry Hills. And some of you have seen it, at least half of it. The other half is going to result in, if not the best, one of the best golf courses on the Cape. And you will be attracting a lot of this green fee money back, which is huge. The drop-off in membership dollars over the same period is $110,000. The drop-off in Bayberry Hills daily fee revenue is $450,000. That's the opportunity that we have.
Okay, Eric, we'll start with you.
I don't have a lot of questions. I'm excited to see what this year brings for Bayberry. Jim, you and I did a tour of it last spring, and it was in phenomenal shape. I'm curious to see what it looks like at the completion of Phase 2. And, if we even make up half of that revenue loss, that's a big deal for year one. Other comment is, I think we might have to take a serious look at getting rid of the links. I think that is probably a burden. I think that, again, I don't know the inner workings of making tee times, but I think some people are unhappy to find themselves playing that for 9 holes when they get there, not knowing well enough what to ask for. So, I think we should take a serious look at that. I had one other thing, but I lost it. I guess my only other comment is, to keep in mind, Pat, you touched upon it a little bit, but, you're in the golf business this much. You're in the people business this much. And, I tell my kids all the time, people will forget what you say, they'll forget what you do, but they're not going to forget how you make them feel. So if you make somebody that visits the Yarmouth golf course feel like a piece of garbage or feel like they're not valued or appreciated, they're never coming back. So I think, we have the opportunity to have a great experience, and if we can add to that a new attitude or a better attitude, to be very customer-oriented, or more so than I have heard we are in the past, then I think we've got a good opportunity to turn things around. So that's really all I have.
No?
Thank you. I've got a couple of very specific questions on the budget, and then some just general thoughts. And first of all, on the budget, we've got $176,000 of capital expenditures in the budget, in the operating budget. Can you tell me what that is?
Go ahead.
That's leased equipment. That's the day-to-day equipment that we use on the golf course, the greens, mowers, the trucksters,
Okay, so that's
the
not
sand
the golf
pros.
Cart. That's not the golf cart lease.
No, the golf car lease is under the golf cars line item. That's just
okay.
So remember, as an enterprise fund, the money needs to be in the fund in order for it to be in the line item as a capital purchase or capital expense. So without that additional revenue in that line, it had to go into the regular budget in order to fit under DOR regulations. So remember that piece of it. That's why it's where it doesn't make sense to you in an accounting way, because it's the only place it could be verified and qualified and fit.
Okay, so there aren't any actual purchases in there?
No, it's a leasing of equipment, correct? You're not buying mowers.
Well, it's a lease purchase. At the end of this lease, we will own this equipment, but it is a financial agreement lease purchase. It's generally we do it on a 5-year term.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I wondered why that had gone from 130,000 to 176,000 was one thing, but
it was a bit of a surprise from my last superintendent.
Okay, enough said. And I won't go into all the details about the restaurant operations at this point, but some of the numbers in here don't make an awful lot of sense. We've got food cost at Bayberry that's equal to the food revenues.
Yeah, I think we sent a clarifier for you today, and I'm sorry it was late in a response, but basically, I think you were looking for revenues of one and costs for both, as the way it was put together. But now, as we look at it from your request, we're seeing that actually there's a loss at Bass River of about $33,000. And there's a gain at Bayberry of about $41,000. It puts us at about $7,000 or almost $8,000. But that doesn't include any of the indirect costs. So that's the food you buy and and your revenues, but we're not looking at any of the so it's really not a profit. But if everything else said, if the town's taking care of that part of the indirects, Dan's time, my time, all that, then it's about a $7,800 profit.
And I understand the totals that you talked about, but I broke it down further. I looked at liquor and beer and wine, totaled the revenues for Bayberry and for Bass River. Both cases are very profitable. Soda, there doesn't happen to be a cost line.
That's because it's in the food line, and that's part of the confusion.
Okay, well, it could be. But in any case, those were both fairly healthy in both locations. But on food, Bayberry had revenues of $45,000 and cost of $48,000.
Which also included paper goods and all the other sundries that go along with running a restaurant. And we don't do regular crystalline plates, right? Everything's paper and plastic. So that cost also not only included the bottled beverages, non-alcoholic, but all of the paper goods that went along with supporting the restaurant. So that's where your balance is off.
Okay, but then at Bass River, the food revenues were $96,000 and the cost was $60,000. So there was a profit of $36,000 as opposed to a loss. At the food, just the food cost level. That's not even talking about labor.
I got to tell you, I don't like the way these numbers are set up, and there's got to be a better way to look at it for you.
And I don't expect an offhand, but if these numbers are accurate the way they're put together, that's saying that at Bayberry, either we don't manage spoilage well, or we got some other problem, because you just don't operate a restaurant that way.
Well, it can't be Jim. He doesn't look like he's been eating off the top, so he's not skimming it.
I've never seen him do that. So,
what the real issue with that, Mr. Holcomb, is in your food purchases, cost piece of it includes the soft drink beverage, which is a significant expense. Okay, but your soft drink revenues isn't included in the food revenues. If you add the soft drink revenues into the food revenues, you find out there is in fact not a loss. It's
no, I could see the margin, but it's still.
Yeah, it's not what it should be. It's significantly better this year than it was last year. The restaurant's bottom line is running about probably 40, 50, well, excuse me, 20 to 30,000 ahead of what it was last year. So, you know, a lot of these things, we've seen the same things, and they have been tightened up.
All right. I guess I'd come back to the membership issue, and I think I don't know how we assign membership revenues between Bayberry and Bass River.
There is no.
I mean, do we just split it?
Well, we just use one total number. We don't, you know, we
Well,
don't
is it
assign
in
it to.
Bayberry's revenues?
No.
Or is it in Bass River's revenues?
They show it in the budget under Bass River revenues. When I show it in a explanation, I just keep it aside. But it's all shown in the budget under Bass River revenue.
That's the answer.
Are we sure about that?
Yeah.
So let's look at the 10-year picture that I'm trying to understand here, because I said before that member revenues have gone down between 2007 and 2017 by $300,000.
Well, that's if you multiply the
$800
by the number of people.
Number of members.
But
Okay.
you've had dollar changes. You've had additional categories that doesn't show the.
Okay. Well, let's just say it's $200,000.
Well, it's $109,000 is what it is.
I have a hard time digesting that. If you told me that the number of memberships went from 1158 to 781, so that's 370 members that we lost. So it's got to be, take $500 times that. That's $190,000 of impact. Yet Bass River has had level revenues during that time period.
All right.
That's right. That's what we're saying. That's right.
So that's saying that guest traffic has gone up to compensate for the $190,000 loss in member revenues.
No, yeah. Can I give you this sheet of paper? This is, and Brewster is on there too. So
Okay.
But this is the.
I think, Mr. Holcomb, your questions are pertinent and are timely, but I'm not sure if we're losing focus from this on what we're trying to get to. So maybe if we could just put it in a more general term.
The general
that you're getting at.
Direction, I was trying to understand where the membership revenues are, because that's pretty key to figuring out what's really happening between the two courses. I mean, if all the member revenues are in Bass River, you know, that's fine. If that's the way we account for it, that's fine.
That's why it's level.
But I think, very honestly, people that join the club as a member, many join specifically to go to Bass River. Others join to mix the two courses, or they want to play Bayberry. And I think the characteristics of those members are significantly different.
Absolutely.
And I think how we market to them and what we expect of them and ask them to do is distinctly different. I think the biggest thing we can do is to accelerate the stream of income from memberships, because that continues on into the future. And how do we do that in the short run, and avoid a revolt among existing members? I mean, if you go out and offer a special, you know, you're doing a membership drive and you offer 50% off this year, you're probably going to aggravate some of your current members. But if you provide some incentives, perhaps, and I'm just, you know, throwing out ideas here, but provide some incentives to your members to help in that, maybe you'd get some traction with them and avoid a revolt.
Will you be there to support us on that?
What's that?
Will you be there to support us on that?
Absolutely. And, you know, I probably have had some conversations with Wayne separately about, you know, geez, should we be selling a Bass River only membership? And should we be selling or selling a Bass River only with privileges to play for $20 at Bayberry or something like that?
And you look at Dennis's...
Just something creative to...
Right, and Dennis says, here's your fee.
Okay.
You play Highlands, you play Links, here's your fee.
Okay.
In Bass River, I mean, in Dennis, so, I mean, there's different formats, but I think it's worth exploring. But we've got 6 weeks to get our act together. So I don't know how many changes that the committee might be comfortable in instituting and that we're ready to institute to do it well.
Yeah.
I think simplifying and doing it well and focusing on those things that are really going to have the impacts are the best investment of our time for you and for the community to save and generate it best we can. But I like the ideas, and I think the committee will have some time to look at those that may be for a 2020 ability or even a fall. But right now I worry. We've got 6 weeks, not only to get the repairs done, but to get the staff retrained and to get the attitude changed and to look at the restaurant and do all the other things we said we want to do to make this work, right? And the capacity of the staff who are mostly seasonal and are coming back and not even here yet is only so much. So we'll do the best we can with that.
In my view, the biggest thing we can do is to build that revenue stream that not only benefits this current year, because guest traffic, people come, people go, people come to the Cape, they go someplace else for a vacation. Best thing we can do in terms of solidifying our position is to build that member revenue and build it not only for this year, but for future years.
Go ahead, Ann.
Just to speak to those suggestions, I think that they have some value in what you're suggesting about memberships and that they should most certainly be addressed. I'd like to say, though, in the short term, I think out of respect for our members going forward, at least for the short term, any kind of disruption in what they were already planning this year is just going to be a little bit too much for them. So short term, you know, in my opinion, if we could move it forward, I do think that maybe perhaps a bit of a more aggressive approach to getting those daily green fees in, contacting the hotels, marketing what we're putting forward, and just as a short-term approach, market that first, and then give great consideration to what we want to present to the members, because I feel like the value of what we present to them will show how serious we are to make this happen, and that we shouldn't just toss things right and left and see what sticks. Let's put out a valuable product after a lot of thinking and something that they're going to be good with.
Okay. My argument to you is the marketing dollars you spend this year don't necessarily improve the next year. You're constantly throwing money at it. Whereas if you get a member, that stream of income is going to benefit you. If you treat them right, that stream of income is going to continue for another 10 or 15
And, again, and this could just be, this is just separate opinions. I don't disagree. I think increasing that membership and the value of the membership is paramount to us having an ongoing regular revenue stream. I think that marketing dollars wouldn't be wasted in the simple effect that if you reach out and you start getting Daily Greens fees members to come in, golf isn't a one-shot deal with most people. I see time and again, friends of ours, friends who invite friends, that will continually revisit a course that they like, that they're comfortable with. So I just kind of like to say that I think that the marketing, there will be a certain amount of forward progress with it. I do agree that it is some money to put forward, and we are hoping for a best result. But just as a short term, let's go down that road and make sure that what we present to our members as a membership is viable.
Thank you for that suggestion. We'll add another line here that says recapturing old members and trying to get some of our lost members back in. I think that's important and viable option.
I'm all set, yeah.
Mike?
Got to write down that recapturing members. It's important. It's hard to know where to begin here. I think, to echo Eric's initial statements, people are going to leave the golf course after they come to play with either a good impression or a less than favorable impression, no matter how good the golf course is. And if that impression is negative, or they have the perception that they weren't welcome there or appreciated, they're probably not coming back. I think the same applies probably to a lesser extent, but I think it also applies to members. No product is so good that consumers can be treated with disdain or indifference or talked down to or belittled or feel unappreciated. I don't think you can really, I mean, customer service is huge in any business, and it's the same for municipalities as it is for the private sector. I don't think we need to go to Disney World, but I think we have to move out from where we are, and I think we have to be much more customer-oriented and consumer-oriented. Norm gave the example of being able to buy these golf shirts for, it seems to be almost half the price at another locality. Maybe we should look at things like that. Maybe it's better to sell these shirts and make less money, but sell a lot more of them. Maybe that's really not where we're going to make our money anyway, so we sell them cheaper to do something for the members to show that they're valued and they're appreciated. I think you have to reach out to the members themselves. You have to make a real concerted effort to have some meetings to get the people who are the members of the golf course to come out and tell you what their concerns are. I think you can do that. It might take you several attempts, but those are the people that I would want to hear from first and foremost. And I think what Norm said has merit, that if you can build your membership base, you can count on that repeat business if you improve the customer service component year after year without spending additional advertising dollars. I think that's very, very important. We have not yet seen what the improvements to Bayberry are going to bring, and I agree that's going to take some time, and hopefully we'll get some good weather and we'll get some good results and we'll get a payoff from those improvements. I'm hoping that we're going to get some pickup there. Suggestion boxes, for example, might be a good idea. Maybe some people don't want to come out and say what they think publicly, but they'll make some written comments and give you some feedback that way. It reminds me of a place that I bring my clothes to have them dry cleaned, and they have the owner's name and phone number, his home phone number on the wall. And he says, if you have any problems, call me. And you know what? I've never called him because I've never had to. Because everybody knows that works there that he's available and he's listening. And if things don't go right, he'll be coming back on the staff. So it's that kind of concept. I think we can do better than we're doing. And that, isn't to target anyone or belittle anyone. It's to look at the overall enterprise. It's clearly these indirect benefits that you point out are true. They do, improve the quality of life for citizens. They do attract people to the community. But we have to do it on at least a break-even basis in the long term. We can't, I don't think, justify deficit operations based on those indirect benefits. We can't accept that as a goal in any event. I do have one question on the numbers, however. And this goes to the membership issue. If you look at the numbers in 2007, the annual pass fees were $695 for 1,158 members. That comes to $804,810. If you look at today, the 781 times 850, that's comes out to $663,850. So the deficit there is about $141,000 between memberships, and guess what? That's the delta. Granted, we can pick up some monies other ways in green fees and restaurant operations and things like that, but I think that shows us where we have to focus. But the question that I had was, in 2017, there was a deficit of $143,000. And the reserve, however, went down by $206,000, which was $63,000 more than the loss. So, like, what was going on there?
Was that the lawsuit?
Excuse me?
Is that the slide you were looking at?
Okay,
He's
the
looking
slide
at
was
the 2017 reserve operations
on the 10-year
gains slash
summary
loss.
on 2017.
Yep, you had it up there.
No.
Did?
Yep, there was a slide that you had up there.
That was what I had up?
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm so glad to hear
There
your
you
voice.
go,
Ed.
right there.
So glad to hear your voice, Ed.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Sorry, the update to this slide didn't make it last week. When it was sent, there was another column here that also had the revenue, and there was a note at the bottom. So the difference in the loss and reserve amounts is the balance for the next fiscal year. So we actually had to commit reserve dollars to 2018's budget in order, again, to get it passed by the DOR.
So was that in the reserve about $63,000 that was added onto the deficit? If you look at the slide that talks about the 10-year revenue expense summary.
Yeah, I'll bring up last year's budget.
And it was $143,000 that was shown as a loss. And then you're showing me the $206,636, right? Which was taken from the reserve.
So the reserve difference between what, could you go back?
Oh, sorry.
So the reserve, the loss was 143. So the reserve went down a full 206,000.
Correct.
And the delta was committed to the 2008 revenue plus the $98,000 to show the DOR that, you know, we could try to sustain it. We made representations that the Bayberry course improvements would actually help with revenue, so we didn't, you know, bridge the entire gap. But now we've shown multiple years in a row where we haven't made our revenue projections. So this year, what I've done, in 2011, the DOR came back and made us do a special town meeting to actually reduce our revenues and reduce our expense estimates because we're out of line. So we couldn't set our tax rate that year until November or December, and we had to do short-term borrowing. So when I started in this position, I made it a habit of calling the DOR before we actually set our budget, to actually show them what our previous year's experience was and to see what they would allow us to do so that we didn't get caught in a position where we'd have to do a special town meeting to adjust our budget after we've already had a town meeting to do a budget. So we reach out to the DOR, see what they're willing to accept in terms of some of these numbers. And what we have done in the past is commit reserves where we felt that the expense or the revenue track record did not match what we wanted to do from an expense level standpoint. So
those reserves, those additional reserves were committed to the following fiscal year?
That's correct, to 2018.
But they were listed as reserves in 17. Or
so we've used
of reserves in 17.
We've depleted the reserves because of loss in revenue. We've depleted the reserves because of use of reserves in the next fiscal year to show that the DOR, you know, we want to increase our expense levels. They wouldn't justify increasing the revenue levels to the expense levels because we didn't have a track record. So we use reserves to bridge that gap. So if you look at the budget for FY19, you'll see that there's a reduction in surplus at the bottom, the very last page.
So that's where we're actually using surplus dollars, or in this case, a loan from free cash to actually bridge the gap for the golf department for next year. So that's the $349, which is at the bottom for FY19. That shows the shortfall between the expenses and the revenues. And we're using...
These funds that were saved on a temporary basis through operating without a superintendent and manager, you said the superintendent was hired?
He was hired in January.
After the 6 months?
Yes.
How much is he getting? What's his salary? Is it $120,000?
No.
What is it?
It's 85.
85,000? Okay. And how about the manager?
We have not filled that
That
position.
hasn't been filled. Is there any?
That's part of the reorganization that we're
So that position is not going to be filled?
That is.
That's our intent.
Yes.
If we have the internal staff skills and we can make those changes, which are sometimes assignments and others within job descriptions and grade.
Okay, and then what about the reduction in seasonal staff? Was that a temporary measure? What's the plan going forward on that? There was a $30,000 savings in seasonal staff. Will that be the same going forward, or will there be an adjustment there?
We hope that's not the case. We do not want that's one of the big pieces of the marketing puzzle is when people come and see your product, it's got to deliver, and seasonal is a huge part of putting that together. We got X amount of input, labor input that have to go into the golf course. It can either be full-time benefited employees, it can be seasonal employees, or it can conceivably be the full-time benefited employees working overtime. The best bargain for us, because it requires generally a lot of bodies to do the kind of work that we're doing, the best bargain is seasonal labor.
We retain these seasonal laborers for the quarter because, one, they can help in preparation, but also if they were let go, there would be an unemployment impact. And the delta between if they collect it and we keep them on is small enough that it's good enough to keep them. So what we've done with them at this point is we're sharing their resources in other departments to help so that the total impact of their time isn't against the golf budget. They're working some other departments and assisting in other projects and being paid outside of the staff, but they're still staying on board so that we can not be hit by the unemployment. Plus also when they're gone, then they look for other employment if they don't stay with us. Seasonal employees are 12 months is registered through the state. And the state, if you have a job greater than 12 weeks, a job greater than 12 weeks, then you can't certify it as a seasonal job. So we need to keep our good laborers here. It might be 15, but I believe it's 12, isn't it, Chris? Yes, Chris is agreeing with me. So we're being creative in trying to keep the staff and who are available to help at golf, but also do some other work. This will not really, and we'll be crossing over, as we said, the silos over time, so they might be painting the senior center and helping with the structures and grounds group, or they might be working with DPW in another capacity as well as we can find to spread that resource out.
The last observation I'll make is Jim said something very interesting about comparing the two golf courses, that Bass River being more or less sustainable and Bayberry being the one where we had the issues. So I think to fine-tune that comparison and that analysis as to, what's going well at Bass River, and almost like you do a real estate appraisal, compare the pluses and minuses on each component of those two operations may shed some light as to how you can further enhance the revenue potentials at Bayberry.
Agreed.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mark?
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said by the others, and I don't see any need to repeat any of it. I'm curious, how often do the members actually get surveyed, or do you meet with them? I mean, how often does that happen?
Obviously not often enough, because a lot of these issues that, I certainly know that, not every interaction is completely positive, but I personally have not gotten very much negative feedback.
But do we do a survey? Do we?
We have not done one recently, but that will be.
When was the last survey done on membership?
Probably at least 5 years ago.
At least 5 years ago.
There hasn't been any great interaction, and that's one of the things that Jim brought to us that he knows is needed. We need to have a way of following up when someone reserves a tea time with an email saying, tell us about your experience. And
yeah, I mean, I think somehow that's, to me, again, I'm not a golf expert. I'm far from one. But to me, I think that's a priority. And I think they need to be engaged right away. I mean, we've got a sinking ship here. And I think we need to talk to our passengers and get a sense of just how they would like to see things turn around. The membership is key in terms of this operation's survival. So I think time is of the essence in that. So I don't think you can move fast enough to get them engaged in this whole situation. I mean, I don't have. I'm listening to the presentation, and I'm trying to be patient, but I'm not overly optimistic in terms of the long term here. I think we need to start seriously thinking about putting together a schedule and a plan to at least evaluate leasing options, at least for the 2 golf courses, and maybe a separate RFP with respect to the land. We just have to start moving in that direction. I'm not suggesting we pull the trigger, but I'm suggesting we begin the process of getting RFPs out there. That would be my recommendation. I may be in the minority on that, but I think the voters deserve to know that we're treating the financial problems here very, very seriously. And given the other financial pressures that we're under, I just don't think we have any option, quite frankly. I like what I'm hearing. I like the idea of building excitement and building on performance, but I think we need to take really some aggressive and dramatic steps right away. Thank you.
Norm?
Yeah, I have one more question. If you can flip back to there's two schedules on reserve, and I think Mike hit on one of the questions, and I'm still confused because if I go back to 2014, the first schedule I've got is 10-year revenue expense summary. 2014 shows a profit of $38,000. But if you look, and you could see that 2014, $38,000. Now, if you go to the accept/manage periodic losses.
Yep, we
back.
passed it.
Back one more, right there. 2014 shows a loss of $103,000. So I've got one schedule that shows a profit of $38,000 and another one that shows a loss of $103,000. And so I guess I don't know what's what.
I have a feeling that this might be my personal mistake, and that this slide is not the correct slide, and I apologize. Ed had put together a phenomenal slide that matched these 2 charts together, and
oh, really?
They looked alike, and I'm afraid that I might have posted the wrong one.
Okay.
And your update should be the correct one. Your update should be the correct one, and this one is not. So my apologies. I take full responsibility for this.
Pat, it wouldn't shed any more light on it. It wasn't your fault. Excuse me, again, what we'd have to do is show you what we actually gave to the DOR and show you what we put into the effort to get more revenues to actually satisfy the DOR, so we can produce that exhibit for you. And you'll see that when you look at the last page of the profit and loss or the budget for FY19, you'll see, for example, reduction in surplus. So anytime there's a reduction in surplus, we have to come up with those dollars, otherwise the budget will not be certified. And that's our entire town budget, not just the golf budget. So what we've done in the past is actually offer the previous year's surplus to actually get through the DOR's scrutiny of that. So what I'll do is I'll present a different exhibit for you so that you can more clearly see that.
In our attempt to be giving you as much information that was simplified. We were a little quick at doing it, and I apologize.
The 10-year budget was added after the fact. I think the key is the surplus is going down. We don't have surplus. The 10-year budget kind of confused things.
Okay. Well, I think we need to see how the real numbers flow. That's,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same information that you are, and nothing matches. I mean, even if what you're saying, the reduction in surplus for FY 17, here's 143, on here it's 206. And I need you to explain to me again what happened in the FY.
Can we give you an exhibit that shows you that? So we have to show you what we've actually presented to the Department of Revenue. Because again, in, excuse me, in 2011, we were told to come back to town meeting and reduce our budgets because our revenues and our expenses were too optimistic. What happened before that point in time, people said, what if we had a great season? We wanted to have enough revenue and expenses in the budget so that we could operate during a great season. And Jim, had managed it so that if he didn't bring in the revenues, he actually decreased his expenses. That was a reasonable business move, given that maybe we had a great year and we found that out in C&D. Again, we had a great year. We had to do, at town meeting, we had to actually put in more expense dollars so that we could actually take advantage of the revenue that was coming in. In 2011, the DOR said, no, put the brakes on. Golf and some of these enterprise funds are in trouble statewide. You have to look at your trend to justify what revenues you actually post and what expenses you're actually putting forth to get your tax rate set.
So I understand, but what is the balance of the fund at this time?
The balance certified by the DOR, which you guys got this August, is $98,000. And we are at about 96% of our revenue estimates. So we've already blown through that. So now that's why we're looking to subsidize by a loan from free cash to the golf enterprise to get us through the end of fiscal year 18.
I guess my issue really just goes around the national trend, okay? And where golf is going nationally. So we're going to sit here and think that with customer service, we're going to turn that trend around here. You look at the numbers you gave me for Brewster. I've never heard anything about Brewster's customer service. They're operating at a deficit. Well,
they're operating at a deficit, given the fact they've got about an $800,000.
Well, their green fees, their membership, all of it's in a decline. I mean, it's not.
It's down, slightly over a period of time. Yes.
But that's the trend nationally. So, I'm not sure with great customer service we're going to be able to turn that around. So that concerns me.
Can I say that if we decide to hold on to the product as a community and fight hard to keep it in-house, then we want the best product available. If you decide as a board to look at RFPs and privatize it, you still want the best product available to make the value of that lease as high as possible. So what we're trying to do is do that. And the decision of privatizing or keeping it in-house is really at your level. And we want to give you the right answers, the real answers, and not sugarcoat it.
It's a community issue. And if we're asking now the community to supplement, I think that's a conversation that we're going to have, I think, some community input in, because that has not been the direction that this community has asked us to go in the past. Mm-hmm. So I can only give my feelings based on what I've heard over, the past many years of what they told the community. Golf concessions. What's inclusive in golf concessions? Is that merchandise included?
The pro shops, yes.
Yeah. So here we're going to say that we're going to increase it by 2.5% over the next years, but yet even in our FY19 review, we've decreased it by 21%, but we're saying we're going to increase it by 2.5%.
going to try to look at our product line and change it to make it more attractive and look at the
So
pricing.
these numbers for FY19 are changed based on the presentation?
Sure. If you're not sure, that's not a good choice. What, could you
Just
give me?
merchandise specifically.
I don't think it has been.
I'm looking at, for instance, Bayberry Hills revenues, golf concessions. We're going from FY18, 130 to 102. That's a decrease in 21%. But in the presentation that you gave us today, you're saying that you're going to increase merchandise by, you're going to increase it by $9,000.
Because this shows that $364,000 that we're anticipating as a decline, and so we're trying to make up with that. This was we thought that number was weak and we could kick it up in our new revenues, but we can't guarantee it.
This budget does not show those.
Right.
Those
and so
changes.
those are after. Okay. All right. So I think are you looking for direction from us for, the presentation's supposed to be on future funding opportunities and a golf budget update?
Well, I think what we're looking at, what I'm looking at, and I don't want to speak for the committee. So do you know what you're looking for? Would you like to answer that first? Because as staff, I'm secondary to your concerns. But if not, I'll be happy to speak.
Well, I'm going to actually let you take that over.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I feel that we know that we've got a steep hill, and we know that our members and our past members who have left us now with this change in structure in town are starting to reach back to us and say, we know what we want, and they want to talk to us. So I think this open session of conversation, be it face-to-face or in a format that people are more comfortable with, is necessary. And I think we need to be nimble, and we need to keep things moving, because either way we own this. It's your car. You're going to sell it or you're going to buy a new one. What are you going to do with it? So this is our product, and we've got to make it the best we can right now, moving forward, and then the community needs to decide, is golf going to turn around? Is there going to be a new Tiger Woods? Are we going to have a new explosion in golf? Probably not. Are we going to start a youth program here that's going to draw kids from all over Massachusetts and New England? Probably not. But we need to do the best we can, and if you are comfortable with giving us that latitude to do the best we can, we'll come back to you and tell you how well we did. And you can say, attaboy, or you can say, told you so, but we're going to try. But if you think that these numbers that we put before you for 19 and 20 are easily attainable, I think we all know that the answer to that is no. So we're setting the stage. And even if we get to zero, golf is dying. But the Cape has probably the strongest market for the golf industry in all of the Northeast. So we have a great potential because of our location, but we have great competition. And I'm not at that level to make those choices. I just want to give you the best product we can and support Jim and his staff to make that happen and bring some new pieces in to make some changes as best we can. So that's really what we're looking for, and to be honest with you, this is honest.
Well, certainly, we support those changes. I know, I don't think there's anybody here that wouldn't support those changes in an effort to turn it around.
And maybe
And I appreciate the openness and really the candidness that we've been able to have to, recognize. Sometimes it's hard to look within and recognize that there's significant issues, but there are. But having said that, I'm not sure that even within our own control, we have the ability to do it, so.
And after the majority of the season, we come back and maybe you decide to do a consultant that will come in and has no skin in the game to see what their recommendations would be. And put in a small investment into making that happen. But that will be something once we see how Bayberry did once we open it up.
I think the case is going to have to be made, to town meeting this year to see in May in terms of supplementing that deficit. I think that's going to be a telltale sign of where you're going to have to go, because, town meeting is going to be the directive, and whether or not they're changing their mind at this point of wanting to fund the golf from outside of golf. But does anyone?
I don't see the problem as that imminent. I think there's a problem there. but I think if Jim's correct that with the improvements, this course is going to be one of the best products around. I have faith in consumers to gravitate to the best deal, to the best product. And if you're right, I think they will. And if you're wrong, I think they won't. But I think it deserves a chance. And we'll see over the next couple of years.
It's getting the word out is the key to the whole thing, is, you know, to everybody involved.
Anybody else have anything to add?
I think in any turnaround, you have to have a time period that you're comfortable with. And I think, you said 2 years, Mike, and I think that's 2 years, and if we have to gauge in that time period how severe the situation is and whether we've made some progress. If to me, if the end of this year we end up with a $350,000 loss, that's another kettle of fish.
That's the message, isn't it?
That's a danger signal to me from our town's perspective, so while I am generally comfortable with a 2 to 3 year turnaround plan, I think we have to be realistic and say, if things are really bad, we've got to define an exit strategy. And because we can't wait any significant time beyond that. My experience in business is that that time period is reasonable as a time period to make a turnaround. If you can't do it in that period of time, then the likelihood is pretty minimal, and you may shave away at it, but to try to make a big move, if we're still looking at the 350,000, what are we going to get it to? 200? Okay, and then where are we going from there? And so, I'd say, that golf is on probation as far as I'm concerned, with a 2-year time frame, and and it could be shorter if the loss turns out the way it is projected in the budget. I think we need to look to fund at least a fairly significant portion of that from the business community, and if that means reorienting allocations that we make now within our budget to economic, or what is the name of the fund? Tourism and Preservation. Then we need to look at that, so that because the business community is benefiting from the golf courses. It is a recreational asset, but I think that we have to recognize that if there are funds available that we can redirect, I think we need to do that as well. So.
I'd just like to add, if you don't mind, just on behalf of the Enterprise Committee, that we're all willing and looking forward to working together with Ms. Armstrong and Dan, and put an effort into at least bringing, as we saw in our slide here, the options forward, as you said, and to echo your concerns. It is a community-based golf course. We need to make sure that not only the members, but the town has it in front of them what their options are, and we'd really like to work with that. Dan's reached out to me a couple of times, and I feel like the communication is open for us to do that, and we look forward to going forward and putting some effort into that and seeing what we can bring to you while we're pursuing keeping it under our wing, but making sure that our options are available.
Eric, you have anything else? All set? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next item is a public hearing on capital budget.
I think it's both, isn't it? Aren't they both in one?
Does it get easier now?
Yeah, I think, so. I hope so.
Yeah. They're both in one, Tracy. It's not just the, what's that?
Two separate agenda items.
They're both in the one hearing.
That's how we did it last year. in one.
Legal ad is for both, but they're separate separate agenda items.
We're in the middle of a meeting, Chappie. We're still in the middle of a meeting. We're on TV. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, take a half hour, an hour.
Not finished yet. Sorry, hon. Sorry.
At this point, we're gonna be here till midnight anyway.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Sorry I missed the meeting last week. Important one, but.
Which one?
Oh, my God.
Good evening. A public hearing will be held on March 6, 2018, with the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee to review comments on the FY 2019 town and school budget and capital improvement plan. The hearing will be held in the hearing room of Yarmouth Town Hall, beginning at 5 p.m. Completed copies of the FY 2019 budget and the capital improvement plans are available beginning on March 2nd at the town's website. Gives the website address as well as the town administrator's office. With that, it was legal ad posted for the Cape Cod Times February 28th edition. With that, we will open the hearing. Good evening.
Good evening.
Patience. So both I know the agenda items say two separate items for hearing capital and operating, but I guess we'll take them together. And we'll hold on school and CPA, so we'll leave the hearing open until those pieces are presented to the public. So with that.
Okay, thank you. This is the Capital Committee. I want to introduce my committee. We have Ken Moody here from the Finance Committee, Joanne Crowley from the Planning Board, Judy Tarver, and Kurt Sears down at the end. My name is Sandy Fife, and Kathy Hilo could not be here tonight because she is sick. I want to thank the committee, and I'd also like to thank Sean and the department heads for all their hard work putting this together. We couldn't have done it without them. So in your packet tonight, you have our final recommendations. A 5- and 10-year plan is required by the charter, and a memo outlining the town meeting recommendations, which I'm going to walk through the highlights of that. We've also prepared a short presentation for the public, since this is a public hearing. So we have 5 or 6 slides that we're going to walk through very quickly. But to start with the memo, on the first page of the memo, I want to highlight Article 8, which is the routine capital for $1.5 million. This includes 20 items, which you will see in the presentation, that were recommended by the committee for $1,303,000, plus a transfer of $197,000 to the Capital Stabilization Fund. In addition to those routine items, we received 3 items from free cash. These items met our criteria, and we appreciate the staff who looked into these. They're pretty innovative, and we appreciate those type of ideas being brought forward that produce efficiencies. The first item that we recommended was the IT application improvements for $45,000. The second one, and we spoke of this the last time we were here, the electric charging stations and vehicles for $24,000, which brings forward grant opportunities for the town. But the third item we did not recommend. That was for $20,000 for electronic voting machines. The committee reviewed that. We did not really see where we get a lot of standing counts. And if we did have something coming forward that's controversial, and it brought in more than 500 people, you couldn't use them anyways because they're only getting 500 units. So if we got 501 people come to a town meeting, we couldn't use them anyways. So we did not make that recommendation, but I'm sure that will come forward in a town meeting article on the free cash for your review. On page 2, under roadway improvements, based on the funds available from the 2013 override, we recommended roadway improvements of $1,244,550 and stormwater permit compliance of $200,000. From special revenue funds, from the fire department ambulance, we recommended $575,000, and you will see those items in the list that we gave you. Also, water enterprise fund under the operating budget, which would be Article 3, $1,977,660 worth of item. Under waste management, which would also be Article 8, from recycling funds, a purchase of a roll-off truck for $200,000. And the last thing I want to highlight on this, we had quite a discussion last week at our meeting for Article 15, which brings forward design and owner project management fees and bidding costs for the DPW facility project for $1.4 million. Although the committee did vote unanimously to support this, we did have, we would like to express our concerns of just bringing this portion of the project forward and not the whole project itself. We just have a concern with all the items that are coming forward in the next few years, that this project may get lumped in with other projects, and the construction portion of the project may not get voted positively, and then we've spent this $1.4 million. So we just wanted the board to know that we did have a concern on that. Also within the golf budget, now you've already talked about, we recommended the $167,500 for the lease payments. And with that, we'd like to go into our short presentation, and we'll entertain any questions. Each year we come forward as a committee to review criteria for projects and vehicles brought forward by the department heads. We put together a summary of capital requests, and we make our capital recommendations based on ranking. We are asked to look at all projects with a 5-year or more useful life, and they must cost $10,000 or more, or we don't entertain them. And then we prioritize against all requests. Oops, sorry, Sean. The current vehicle replacement policy is the same one as we had last year. Under police, the vehicles must be at least 3 years old and or have mileage of at least 100,000 by the time they are traded in. Other vehicles, gross vehicle weight less than 10,000 pounds, with a mileage of at least 120,000. So that is a 2006 vehicle replacement policy. We have not seen the new one that's being drafted as of yet, so that is what we based our recommendations on. We always ask the departments what they plan to do with the vehicle. Do they plan to trade it in, give it to another department, auction it off? Because it would be a concern of ours if we were increasing the fleet size without letting the board know. So we do ask those questions. We only have a few vehicles this year being replaced. I know this list is small. This list is available to the public if they'd like a copy of it. These are the items that we recommended. And as we spoke of a month ago when we were in here, we do a capital ranking other than just the priority that the department heads give us. Our ranking, we take each item when we rank it either an A, B, C, or D. And you can see at the bottom of the screen, or you can read on, when we get an item and we feel it is a safety or security issue, or if there is already a financial commitment in place, then we will rank that an A. So even though a department head may have something prioritized at number 3, the committee also puts a ranking on it. If it's ranked a B, it could be deferred with operating expense and customer service implications. If it's a C, it could be deferred with minimal operating expense and customer service implications. And D, we may defer it back to the department if we don't have enough information on that item. And we did do that on several of the school items this year, as we discussed. This chart shows basically where we started at the beginning of the season. Brought forward to us was $10,805,948 worth of items. And that was, we knew from the start we didn't have enough money to fund every one of those, although we would have liked to. So basically, what we had to do is go through and meet with each department. We have liaisons that went out to the departments, discussed it with the department heads, and came back, and then we did our ranking and made our recommendations. We also had each department come in and meet with us. So what we did recommend out of that $10 million was $5,500,210. And this does not include the $197,000 transfer to the stabilization fund. So under, the next slide will show it a lot bigger so the public can see it. So in summary, on routine capital, we recommended 20 items, $1,303,000, the transfer to the capital stabilization fund. Under road maintenance, $1,244,550, stormwater maintenance, $200,000, the roll-off truck from recycling funds for $200,000, from ambulance funds, $575,000, from the water department, $1,977,660. They had 3 vehicles also in their budget, but they did remove those 3 vehicles. So our total recommendation for fiscal 2019 is $5,500,210. We thank the board for your help and your guidance, and we will entertain any questions that you have.
Figure out what's different, because our packet total has a different number than that.
Do you have, the total was just, if you have the old slide, I have new copies if you'd like it. The total was not correct. That is the correct one.
Anybody have any questions? Eric?
No, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time you've been in here. So, no, thank you for all the hard work, and appreciate it. That's all.
John?
Yeah, thanks again. And I have 1 or 2 little questions. I'm not sure I understood the golf. The committee didn't recommend any capital items for golf. Is that
Just
correct?
the lease payment. The lease payment for the lease of the equipment.
Should that be shown in the CBC recommendation
0%.
column?
I think I can clarify that a little bit. The golf lease was in the capital items, but now it's absorbed into their operating budget, which was part of the previous presentation, so.
Okay, it's a different number in that budget.
It was 167.
It's 176 in the golf budget.
That's what we were given, 167 in capital.
Yeah, the line item is 176,000. That was one of the reasons I couldn't figure out what we were doing. Yeah, it's 176,000 in the account 581000 on page 2 of the golf budget. Well, I don't know what the numbers are.
This is all your stuff.
Are they one and the same?
That's your stuff, right?
That's what the item was for, was the equipment lease. So
Okay.
Jim's not here, he could answer that, but we were given 167 from him. Maybe for next year, maybe that's
Yeah.
this year's payment.
We just cut the golf budget by 8,000 then.
Yeah.
Making progress.
$10,000.
Okay. All right, I guess I'm really, I asked the question about why we have 176,000 in the golf budget. And now I'm being told that it was taken out of the capital and put in the operating budget. Wouldn't we be better off putting it in the capital budget?
How would we fund it?
Taking the capital expenditures down to zero and the operating budget, we would immediately save a $176,000 loss.
Typically, though, I believe when we presented the budget in January, it showed in both locations, and that was part of the confusion. But a lease payment typically is carried in an operating expense, because you've got to have it appropriated in order to advance the budget. And that's what Jim explained tonight, that those are lease payments, lease to own.
Additionally, golf is an enterprise fund, so it's really not coming out of the staff, the departmental requests. It's just approved like the water enterprise is approved.
Taking it out of one pocket and putting it in the other.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I think part of the clarification would be if it meets the criteria to be vetted as capital, right?
Well, let's go back to, so all of the items in the water budget, those don't show, they're here in capital. None of those are leases, I guess.
No, they're not. No, I can read them to you if you would like to know what they are. And they are on the list.
Yeah.
Can I take an attempt at answering that? What we do is we take from normally the reserve fund of the capital or the water budget, and we put that into a capital account. We do that with septage, and we do that with golf, but golf doesn't have enough money to take from the reserve fund to do the capital. So, so there's no way, there's no money to actually pay for it out of a golf capital fund.
Okay. All right, well, I'll leave the question of why the numbers don't agree, but as to whether it's 176 or 167,500, so you can deal with that issue separately, I guess. Kurt asked a question about the vehicle maintenance policy, and I think your statement is that the vehicle maintenance policy is still being formulated. Is that correct?
Not by our committee.
Yeah, I can answer that. So we have the draft study that was done. We're going through the recommendations now. I'm drafting a memo to you all on our procedures for moving forward. A lot of the new fleet policy will be based on repair schedules and maintenance that's been done. So we need to start tracking that per vehicle. So that's one of our goals for this coming spring, to start doing that.
I think part of that policy was to be not only that we identify, well, we're going to replace these vehicles normally at 5 years and these vehicles at 7 years or whatever, and but also a matter of, well, what's the initial authorization process to qualify a vehicle for a department? How do they prove the need for that vehicle?
It's generally based on, I get the acronym wrong, Jeff would know, the American DPW Association has guidelines and criteria that they use as a foundation. And part of the study that they've done, they've developed a spreadsheet that does calculations based on a variety of factors to help determine when a vehicle should be replaced, not just, 3 factors.
About replacement, I'm talking about initial decision on why should a vehicle be purchased by a department, and what's the rationale for purchase?
Well, one thing we've talked about and Dan has brought up is vehicle scheduling and sharing of vehicles. So that's something we're looking at in unison.
All right, well, that's part of the answer, but I guess I'm looking for the initial decision-making, and then, you know, when a vehicle comes up for replacement, some of those same factors get looked at, but it is a decision-making process initially as to, all right, maybe we've been renting vehicles, and now we want to buy one, replace the rentals. You know, that sort of reasoning typically goes into a purchase decision, so. I think that was what, when we asked a couple of years ago for a policy statement, that was part of what we were looking for, is that discussion and a statement of policy. It's not just a mechanical set of spreadsheets, it's a statement of what our policies are with regard to acquisition and replacement and so forth, so. But, you know, we have been waiting for quite some time for that.
Well, part of the fleet study that was done, they have 32 recommendations, and they're pretty comprehensive, so it's not something that could be implemented, you know, in a month, so it's going to be a process.
Not sure I recall my other question. If I think of it, I'll
Okay.
come back to it.
Mike?
Maybe you can, I didn't catch what you said about the golf lease payment. I understand what Ed said. It typically comes out of reserves and is transferred, but there's no reserves. But, so the fund is that listed in their operational budget? Is that what you said?
Yes, it's in the budget.
All right, thanks. That's the only question.
The reason we're
It's a
commenting
payment.
on it is because it's a lease to purchase.
Correct.
So there was a statement about, you know, lease payment would be an operational item, but because this is a lease to purchase, it actually will become an asset of the town, which is why it would go through a recommendation through the Capital Budget Committee.
Okay, thanks.
Mark?
I don't have any questions, no, thank you. I thought the presentation was very well done. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your time. Appreciate it.
All right, I'll turn it over to the Finance Committee.
Thank you.
Anybody else here?
Yeah, well, I got two people here. I'll stay here.
Do you have a,
Yeah, how does this work? I just got to put the thing up.
he's going to put that forward a minute in case they don't touch any other buttons.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ken Muty. Joe Goldstein couldn't be here tonight. There was some confusion over scheduling, so it's nothing personal. With me, so I've been asked to do the presentation, and I'm very glad to, and I thank you for your time and attention. With me is two of my colleagues on the Finance Committee, Robert Shavara and Jessica Norwood. And with that, I'll begin the presentation, which is intentionally at a high level. We'll start with the Board of Selectmen goals, which our number one focus when it comes to staying with the Board of Selectmen goals is to stay within the parameters of the 2.5% budget, which you'll see we did. Second, and I'm going to move on to these, zero-based budgeting, which is something that we collaborated with Dan earlier this year to talk about. Let's try to implement that, and you'll see that several departments began that process under Dan's leadership, and quite honestly, it went quite well. That's a great start. Substantial upcoming expenses. I think the overriding theme this year of the Finance Committee when we began our meetings in October was that we're facing some daunting expenses, all of which you've heard about since 5 o'clock this afternoon. And consequently, it made it quite challenging to recognize that each department head comes in with a very well thought out, very insightful budget that they're not wishing and hoping. That they know that the budget has to have a lot of merit, and any new ideas need to be well vetted out. So I guess I would say that in terms of the budget, the department heads, The challenges we faced were very difficult. We had to make some difficult decisions on items that I would call having a lot of merit, and we'll talk about more of those. So there weren't items that we said, gee, this doesn't make any sense. Pretty much everything made sense, but we looked at it as we got some challenges. The town budget is within 2.5%. We maintained essential services. That's one of the goals. And then an example of setting new priorities in budget. This is simply that where there are items that have a lot of merit that we need to find a way to maintain those services. Two examples came from last year where we used some expediencies to expand library service hours in I believe the West Yarmouth branch, and then senior services where there was the need for a van driver scheduler. In both instances last year, we said, let's find some ways to do this within the confines of the laws, but let's make sure we get that into next year's budget. Let's not have this be an annual adventure. And so those are two examples, and we face 2 or 3 of those probably every year that we say, let's find an expediency within the budget, but then let's get it in the budget so it's not something we have to discuss every year. I want to move on to zero-based budgeting. And we had talked about that. We think it's a great exercise, a great discipline. It forces department heads to not just go, what was last year's budget? What is, can we go up 2% or whatever, and then find ways where they go up more percent to have to cut painfully. So first of all, the exercise worked very well, particularly I would editorialize on the part of the police department. There were several departments, Dan can probably talk a little bit more about it, but several departments participated, and without going into great detail, I would tell you that the discussion with the police was clearly it was clearly different than at least I had seen before, where there was a lot of good back and forth discussion, and quite honestly, they came in within budget. And then there were items that were challenges that made it easier to discuss what those challenges were, as opposed to saying, well, gee, what was it last year? It was a very good exercise, and we're looking forward to other departments continuing that process. I don't have to tell you about the challenges. Like I said, since I've been here today, almost every subject has come up. What is important, I think, to recognize, certainly for the public, is when it does come to the middle school, whichever schools we're talking about. The town of Yarmouth has funded 100% of the design study, and I think that's important to recognize that our town has picked up the entire tab for that study. And as was mentioned earlier in conversation, it's still up in the air as to what the capital contribution of our partner town, Dennis, will be. So I think it's important to recognize that the finance committee is very, very sensitive to some of these unknown challenges. Robert, do you have anything that you want to, you're on the building committee? Just pipe in. Cape Tech Vocational School, which has not been discussed since 5 o'clock, and there's probably not a lot of need to go over it, but we know that's going to be an expense, significant expense in the future. And the one thing we need to keep our eyes on is, even though in the past couple of years, including this year, we got a benefit to our budget because of reduced enrollment from the town of Yarmouth, we can't bank on that forever. We think there's a very good chance that eventually it could stabilize, and could go up. And quite honestly, as I'm a big advocate of vocational education, and I would hope that our town does take more advantage of what's a really, really good school. The DPW building, as Sandy mentioned, it has been funded through a combination of free cash and some reserve drop-off from the OPEB benefit that we received. Wastewater, I can't compete with the senator and the two state representatives, so I'm not going to go into the wastewater issues. I think you've heard plenty about that. Challenges, and this is where a little bit of the, the rubber meets the road again. I really don't think we need to talk a lot about golf other than we too recognize the financial challenges and certainly I'd like to think that the outcomes of both the golf budget, that you saw tonight, as well as the DY schools budget, which is now up 3.06%, is somewhat of a function. We'll get just partial credit for having some pushback in the initial presentations. I can tell you that the initial, and you folks have seen it, that the initial presentations for the DY schools were substantially higher than 3.06%. Excuse me. Parks. We wanted to talk about parks a little bit as a challenge because it falls under the auspices of CPA funding, and CPA has a number of components. We had no issues with some of the housing projects. We had no issues with some of the town or the historic building projects. There were two that created some controversy, and one of them was Sandy Pond. The Sandy Pond project, the Finance Committee voted to oppose an expenditure of $275,000 for a design and engineering study, which, out of context, makes all the sense in the world. Within the context of the things we've been talking about, created some difficulties for us in our deliberations because we weren't comfortable that spending $275,000 now when the entire $2.5 million project study may not even come to fruition. It was the Finance Committee's position to oppose that expenditure. We are making a suggestion that funds from CPA be considered for replacement or even some do-overs of some of the, we realize it can't be spent on maintenance, and the parks do need some maintenance, but that there be some consideration for upgrading some equipment within that confines. However, we did vote not to approve that money. The other was Flax Pond, which was a recommendation by the CPA committee of $275,000 for pickleball courts, specific to Flax Pond. First of all, let me say that the committee had two things. One, we had quite a bit of citizen participation on this issue, and I have all the admiration in the world for the citizens who expressed their views, who came to meetings, and clearly have a lot of passion about this growing sport, which the majority of the committee does feel is meritorious and a very, very good thing for seniors and for people that would want to stay active in their lives. So we have positive feelings about it. However, we did not feel at this point that the full expenditure was within our willingness to authorize. Therefore, we authorized, or we voted half of the funds, $137,500, to begin the process, or to see what they could do with that funding, and also find some other creative ways to maybe fund it through. This is a growing activity. The town has a pretty good number of pickleball courts. Utilizes, if you're not familiar with it, I won't go into it, but utilize some local tennis courts, and so. We're not sure if over time maybe they shouldn't be charging some fees, maybe there shouldn't be some, we should have a better fix on the utilization of the pickleball courts. But the bottom line was we did support half of the funding. In addition, I should comment that there was, during the course of our year, there was a reorganization of the Parks Department, and Jeff Colby is now we talked briefly with Jeff about taking some time to do a little bit more evaluation of the overall need and the benefit. So I thought, and our committee thought, that it was a pretty good compromise. Again, I have to go back to slide number 1, which says we recognize the overriding challenges going forward. So the total budget, the numbers. Total budget approved to date, not including DY, CPA, or free cash. And I should comment, CPA also had some to-be-determined items. The CPA recommendations, there's 2 or 3 items that we're not sure what the cost will be and to be determined, so it made it a little difficult to get an absolute fix on it. The total budget, $47,030,000 and some change. Free cash articles, net $3,074,000, and that includes, as I mentioned before, the DPW facility, which is the biggest item. And then, well, of course, DY schools, again, we put a question mark. Any questions?
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Is there anything that you want to add?
I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Ken, have you had a presentation from DY?
Yes, we had one, and that one was about 6.1%.
Okay, so that was the initial.
Yes, that was it. And we were going to have a second one, but they really, in fairness, weren't prepared.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions, Ben?
No.
Eric?
No questions. Just thank you for all your hard work. Unfortunately, it's going to get shot all to hell when the school number comes in. But I suppose we're used to that by now. But no, thank you. Appreciate the presentation.
Mike?
I don't have any specific questions. I just want to thank everybody for all their diligence and hard work. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the schools. You know, the number's not bad where it is now, but obviously we'd like to see it come down further. I don't think, at least they're representing that process has not come to a conclusion yet. The pickleball, half of the expenditure, you're probably going to get some kind of an earthquake on that one. We'll see at town meeting, but at least, you know, you've given it a hard look, and I appreciate the prioritization that you have to go through when you make these difficult decisions. It's not to say the projects don't have merit, it's to say that you think there's other overriding considerations that you have to follow, so.
We had some tough calls, and he's not here, Joe really drove it. Joe Goldstein did a very effective job of painting, you know, the number one item I talked about, which is we can't be short-sighted, never, but certainly this is not a time to do that.
All set. Mark?
I noticed on the presentation you didn't have any reference to the small school, but I'm assuming that's understood, right? Okay.
Robert is on the building committee.
We know that Emmy has challenges.
Yeah, I figured you did. I just was curious why I wasn't there.
We know there's buckets of water dripping into them. Yeah, I know a teacher there. I got my ears full.
And the other thing about the CPA money was that we acknowledged that in 2020, it comes up again. So we didn't know what that's going to turn into, whether it's going to be allowed for wastewater or other things. So keeping as much money in the account, we thought was important too.
Yeah, I know we've talked about the CPA here in this town about maybe allocating a portion of it for clean water. I think politically that's going to have to be approved by the legislature, as you're probably aware, and that's going to face a very difficult battle up there. There's a huge constituency, a coalition statewide that's very, very dug in terms of how those dollars are spent. So I don't know how we're going to be able to. I think before we turn that money over, we just be very cautious about how we spend that. The school budget, do you know what the change was? Why did it go from 6.1% to 3% all of a sudden? Ken?
I just saw that yesterday, and I don't know if I can tell you some of the big ticket items you may have seen, which was the bus contract alone went up $480,000. Now I don't know if they're rebidding it.
They did rebid it.
Yeah, that was, Mark, there were 3 or 4 smoking guns, so to speak, and that was one, and without having seen it...
Good term for it, too. You might want to use that in your presentation in the future. Yeah.
They gave a presentation last night. There was not a quorum of the school committee. They laid out a plan to reduce the budget by another, I think it was, well... You're down to, I think, 1.8 over, which equals the 3.06. I don't know what that means to us. I'm not sure the school committee will support it. It's a significant reduction in staff and a complete reworking of their special education program.
Okay.
They have a new special education director who came in and did an analysis of how they were delivering the service as compared to other districts that she was familiar with, and saw some room for improvement.
Wow.
And while they were making the reduction, in tandem with that, they thought it would improve student success in student achievement. They have seen flat student achievement in the area of special education, and so I think it was a surprise to everybody to see just really a different way of thinking. And there was a lot of staff there, I think, that were concerned about cuts and layoffs, and they didn't talk specifically, as they shouldn't, but they are looking at delivering the service to special education different, and it has not been voted on by the school committee.
I see. So there's some possibility that they may not accept some of the changes. Is that what you're implying? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. On the DPW garage, there's been some discussion about whether or not that we should just do the design. Obviously, the Capital Budget Committee, I guess there's some sentiment there about doing the whole project at once. Do you have any comments or thoughts on that?
No, I'm on the capital budget, and it was brought up last week, and the question would be, is it penny wise and pound foolish not to do it all now? In other words, would we be...
That's my question. That's my question to you.
Well, I think there would be cost efficiencies to doing it all now, and the man that knows more about it is here. And I do agree with the Capital Budget Committee that it would make more sense to see if there's a way to do it all at one time.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments on you heard the presentation on golf tonight. Obviously, you got a sense of what we're up against again, and you saw the Band-Aids that were being proposed. I don't know if you've heard any of this before or if you'd like to comment any further on that, but...
The only comment I would make is that they did have 11 rainy Saturdays last year, and you can't just pray for good weather. But I like to think that it's pretty well managed, and right now, clearly, we did the same thing. Clearly, the focus couldn't be any clearer.
Okay, that's helpful. And on the pickleball stuff, you had mentioned, by the way, I think they're former golfers. I think that's how we might want to refer to them.
We got to get them back.
Yeah, and so maybe we should be talking to them, too, about getting back and playing some golf. You mentioned there were overriding factors in your thinking about maybe paring some of that request back. What were those factors? What were those considerations?
For the pickleball? Well, there were some issues, for example, of security. There were a few issues. One, how many local residents? Is this really Yarmouth only? And it's, people in Yarmouth use services in other towns, but how much is really for our taxpayers? Partly because the demand is coming from maximization in some other communities. And there was also, as I guess I meant, some potential security issues with children's camps at the same basic location. And the other is there a possibility that there's some private fundraising that could be done to fill the pot?
I see. So you're supportive, you just figure it's a go slow approach, see if there's a way to sort of capitalize on the interest that's out there, and then address some of those other concerns.
It was so controversial.
It was controversial.
It was controversial. We had at one point 50 people in a room that's about as big as this table. And
if only we could get 50 golfers to
I know, we could get them all back. But again, I go out of my way, I admire the people, the citizen participation. That's what we need. We need more of that. And so we were essentially supportive of helping.
Doing something. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
This is a public hearing, so I will go to the public to see if anybody has any comments on our capital budget or operating budget or school budget or CPA, even though we have not yet heard those.
I wasn't planning to speak, but I think I will. I'm Sandy Fruin, and I'm the Dennis Yarmouth coordinator for pickleball. And I've been attending the finance...
Resident?
Pardon? Yes, I am a Yarmouth resident, yeah. And I just wanted to talk to... I'm going to reserve most of my comments for the 20th when it's presented by CPA, but the first thing I guess I want to say is that you have a committee, a CPA committee that's made up of a planning board, historical representatives of all of recreation, as well as 2 members of the from the Selectmen that were appointed by the Selectmen, and you gave them a charge to determine how to spend the monies that are grant monies out of the 3% of the real estate revenue in 4 areas. And the CPA voted 8-0 for pickleball and 7-1 for the project for Sandy Pond. And my feeling is that if you give them the charge, and it's a grant, we're not taking any money out of free cash, they decided to fund all of it, I think that has some merit. And so as I said, I'll reserve most of my comments for that piece there. I do appreciate the discussion that went on. Unfortunately, I think there was a little bit of misinformation in terms of the comparison was to the dog park, and in further research with the Natural Resource Officer, that funding was at 90, a grant, 90-10%. So I just want to clarify a couple of those points. But we do appreciate the dialogue. We were able to dialogue and have a discussion. There seemed to be general support. And the other thing is, from listening before about a discussion about maintenance, and ongoing maintenance is done by the pickleball players themselves. I think Mr. Hookham's concern before was about capital maintenance. And in looking at that process, I do think there is a part of, you do offer parks like basketball and tennis and all those kinds of things for the good of the community, to have a community. So that's another factor that I'm hoping, as I said, on the 20th, I'll have more input on that. So, and the last thing I do want to say is part of pickleball is economic impact. And when we have had people that have come forth from other towns that play in our town, but you do have to realize by playing here, they also are using the gas stations, they're using the restaurants, they're using the stores. So to look at it as sort of in isolation, I think is not necessarily a fair consideration, since economic impact is one of the factors that brings in revenue to the town as well. And we do have 200 people that play the game that are on my email list, from 30 to 200. So just a couple of points.
Do you know how many of those are Yarmouth residents? Because I've heard it
I
often
do.
said
They're-
tonight, and from Mr. Goldstein in an email earlier that.
Yeah, I don't. I have the
I wouldn't get
stats
hung
on.
up on that.
Yeah, on the stat.
Right? What's that?
I wouldn't get,
No, I'm curious how many she has that actually play in Yarmouth on her group.
That are Dennis. Well, it started with Dennis and Yarmouth because we primarily play, as I said before, we kind of play between, the comparison is the number of courts that we have. That's the first thing. We play in Dennis, Yarmouth, and we play at Sandy Pond, but all the courts rather, are cracked and in really poor condition. And I did the comparison with all the other towns, and all the other towns, exception being Barnstable, their courts are within 4 years old. So, it's again comparing apples to rotten apples, but I can give you that stat. I do have it. I didn't plan to speak tonight, so that information.
I'm just curious because it keeps coming to us that the people that are speaking aren't even Yarmouth residents, and I don't know if there's any merit to that.
I would tell you that 64% of the people that are on my 200 list are Dennis and Yarmouth residents. I believe it's higher than that. Yeah, 64%. That comes to mind, but I can give you that statistic specifically in when we have the March 20th with the CPA.
Okay.
But I do want to remind you, it's a
Just so you know,
grant.
the merits of your argument will be played at town meetings. So
Yes, I know.
The CPA will be able to have a say,
Yeah.
and the Finance Committee, and we'll make our own recommendations.
Yeah, and I do want to say, keeping this in mind with golf, that it is the fastest growing sport in the nation. So that's pickleball. So just to add that piece. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
thank you.
Is there anybody else in the public that has any comments on either, on the budget? Okay. Seeing nobody, we will continue to leave the hearing open because we have other pieces that still need to be heard, so we will continue this. I have to thank you all for your time. It's not an easy process to go through, and weighing everything is challenging, and I appreciate it. I guess, when it comes to the pickleball thing, I find it somewhat arbitrary to just say half. I'm not sure if there's any basis for that. That would be my question, like, what's, to say half, I'm not sure we're giving it the full attention to be able to really see what benefits it could have. But I just feel like overall it's somewhat arbitrary, and I'm a little bit concerned about some of the comments about the parks, and I think it was requested for Flax Pond. Is that a park? Is that a park, or is that under recreation? I'm not sure why. I thought that was under recreation. I'm not sure why Jeff would be doing an analysis. I'm a little bit concerned about the
physical
process.
structures are
Yeah,
within the purview of DPW now.
yeah.
The physical plant, the building, the pavement, the recreational structures that are there.
Yeah. So, but the programs.
Programming is with recreation.
Recreation.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting.
It's a partnership.
Okay. Well, I'm having to leave the hearing open. I'm not sure if at our next meeting, there'll be somebody who will want to comment on this piece of the basic operating part of the budget, but it's potential, so I'll just let you know that here tonight. I'm not sure if somebody wants to be made available for your opinion then. I'm not sure exactly when the schools will.
The 20th, I believe, is the next time they're going to be in front of us.
And will they have met to have made a decision?
That was the plan. That's why we scheduled them out at the 20th.
Well, they met last night, but they didn't have a...
If you need us, we'll be here.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Do we need a motion to continue the
So moved.
Second.
main discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
The 20th. Okay. Board and committee actions, Mark?
I have no report for tonight.
Upcoming agenda review. We are meeting next week at YPD training.
Yeah, the training room
Oh,
at YPD.
okay, the YPD room.
Yeah, one question that came up, if I might, the drive-in site utilization committee is meeting here that night at 5:30?
Correct.
So I wanted, pardon?
Still 7, I
Yeah,
believe.
so I wanted to know if there was an interest by the board to maybe delay our meeting a bit so you could participate in that, because that's the final meeting essentially before they come in with their final product.
It's a public
I might
meeting,
care
it's a
and agree.
public meeting.
Correct.
Yeah, so this is a meeting, and thank you very much for making the hearing room available, because I know that the committee wanted to have the opportunity to give a presentation on all the work done to date, provide a good opportunity for additional public comment. Then they will have at least one more meeting of themselves, another public meeting, of course, to discuss their recommendations for the board, and we need to schedule that meeting for early April.
So the question would be, do we want to delay our start a bit so that you might want to participate, at least in the opening of that?
I don't want to participate personally, but that's up to the board. I think we're a distraction to the work that gets done by some of these committees when we're there. The focus will be really...
I want to be there. I want
That's-
to listen to what people have to say. I want to understand it, yeah.
And we're arranging to have the meeting recorded, so you would be able to watch the presentation if you wanted. Afterwards, we'll also arrange to have, for the meeting when the committee comes to the board, we'll also have a presentation. We'll have the consultants with us. And then the other piece that we will be doing is consolidating all the comments that we do receive.
I would like to be there.
Anybody else?
I can't be here on the 13th. I'm going to be away, so.
Mark?
No, I think it would be a good idea to start us a bit later so the other any member that wants to sit in and participate should have that opportunity.
It's kind of a light agenda anyways that night, so if you wanted to start at 7, I think we'd still be safe to say that we'd be out before this time, maybe, so.
Okay.
I'm fine with
7
that.
o'clock is fine with me. I won't be attending that meeting. I think that we need to let the committee do its work.
Let's talk about the 20th.
What about 20th?
Oh.
Look at that agenda.
Well,
That's a midnight agenda.
that's a 5 o'clock again, right? So,
So we're going to say 7 PM we'll start on the 13th?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. On the 20th, because we're running out of time in the month to get everything in, that is, hopefully, there's not anything really new to report on the marijuana issues. So town council will be here. That's part of their normal council office hours. So I would anticipate we would go through that relatively rapidly, although the CPA articles, we could have some time spent on that for sure. And then the other big item on there is the school budget presentation. So it has the potential to go long, but it's a 5 o'clock start.
Okay.
And then on the 22nd, Thursday night, is the joint tri-town, which there'll be an agenda forthcoming for you to take a look at shortly. And that's at the Dennis Council on Aging Facility,
Coming Monday.
scheduled for 6 o'clock.
We'll be here for that.
Anybody having comments on the agenda?
No, do you have the wording? Could you circulate the wording on the petition articles?
Yeah, sure. On the citizens petition?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I'd
do,
just like to-
I think I sent a memo on that, but I'll
Probably
dig it up
did.
again.
I
Yep.
just, it's.
Yeah, we got the memo on 3 of them, but we got one memo on town council's opinion on one of them, but not on the other 2.
Yeah, well, so essentially, to town council's point, is these aren't binding language to us, so it becomes more a matter of, if when the vote on town meeting will kind of give you what people's sentiments are, but there's no individual obligation. I do have.
That's just on Article 40, though, right?
Well, no, that's on all of them. They're not, like the one on the federal immigration is a non-binding, it states it right in it. The drive-in site has no ability, well, as council clarified, town meeting has no ability to dictate what or would not go on as it relates to operations of the town. So that was essentially, from his perspective, dismissed. And the other one is Hockenham Road, which Jeff has a memo, I believe I sent it to you. If I not, I'll resend it, but same thing, it does not, it cannot order us to do anything, but there are interesting elements of the Hockenham Road situation that we should be aware of, but it doesn't obligate us to do anything, so.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions on upcoming agenda? Are the items that are on March 13th okay if you miss, Eric, you don't want anything rescheduled?
I will say on the 13th also, Articles 36 and 37, there will not be any of those. Those are landfill related. We had thought early on in the process when we were drafting up potential articles that we could be in position to do something about the links course.
That'd be great.
Not going to be able to make it this year. It's far too complicated. We're going to spend the off-season going through the hurdles we need to. If there's going to be something that we need state intervention on, that'll be next year's town meeting. So those will be removed.
Okay. Next item is individual items. Eric?
I got to admit, I was a little put off by the tone of the school committee chair tonight. Basically came in here and represented to us that they're going to take our money. They're going to keep chugging along. They don't care whether or not we support the plan that they would come up with, and they're going to roll the dice with the voters. That bothered me. And I think you could probably sense it in my tone when I was speaking to him. I got irritated. I would really like to shut off the funding for this study if I could until we could take a step back. I don't know the logistics of where the bills are being sent, who has control of the money, but they clearly don't care about our vision or our concerns. And I did watch, I had to leave early to pick up a child last week, but I did watch the end of the meeting and spoke to Norm a little bit about the outcome of his bringing his concerns to the building committee. I gotta admit, I'm a little disappointed in the whole process.
If you wanted to slow it down, if I might add, there isn't any great penalty at this stage to do it. Essentially, what they're gearing up, this is what's accelerating the vote schedule, is there's a MSBA board meeting that occurs in June, so that if we take the meeting, the vote in April to advance it, it gets onto their schedule. If we were to go up to Boston and say, look, we've got some issues, we need to work it out with our partner, the only penalty, there's 2 penalties at this point. One is you would slide from the June meeting to an late August meeting. I think it was like August 28th. And then the only other thing, and this is something that, at this stage, I don't think 3 months is a big issue, but they brought up the idea that with every early month that you miss now on this stuff, there's a cost escalator associated with it. With such a big dollar project, that fractional equivalent is a substantial sum of money if you were to let too much time go by, but that's an internal decision. But we would need to communicate as a town, on my behalf, I could do that with MSBA, to say, we've got some issues over here, but there's not any great penalty to slow it down at this point. It's better to do it now than it would be, because once it gets to a certain point, then it gets difficult to hold back.
But
Yeah, let me just say, my primary reason for wanting to slow it down is to take some time to evaluate what is a desperate condition at ME Small. You know, I'm not so concerned about the financing because I believe at the end of the day, we're going to end up paying for the entire thing ourselves. I really believe that after 6 years of trying to work out a revised regional agreement with people on that side and making no headway. And now Norm and Mike are going through the exact same process that Tracy and I went through for literally the better part of 6 years. And I would almost like to see Yarmouth just go it alone, because I certainly don't want to spend, to accept Dennis's 35% towards this Yarmouth building and then send Yarmouth's 65% to the town of Dennis for a Dennis building. And I don't think our taxpayer, the Dennis Finance Chairman will tell you he's not going to put any money towards a building in Yarmouth. And I don't think our taxpayers are going to want to contribute 65% of the cost of a building in Dennis. I'm perfectly fine going this alone. But if we are really serious about building a new school, we can solve a 2-school problem with 1 new building. And that has fallen on deaf ears since this process started, because nobody wants to think outside the box. You know, I don't know what the administration is worried about, but they seem to shrug it off. You know, everything's impossible. So I've been consistent with that since day one. I'm not going to change the way I feel, and I'm not going to stay quiet about it. This is tremendously short-sighted, in my opinion.
The only thing I want to say is, Dan, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think that in terms of a 2-school solution in town, we don't qualify for the funding, is that correct?
If we were to do,
The state funding?
yeah, so if we were to do the educational plan that was submitted by the school committee that was voted on, advanced to MSBA, and then essentially to DESE, a 4-grade option. So in order to get off of that, to continue to stay at the table for what our funding agreement would look like, you have to go back and revisit the educational plan to bring it back to a 2-grade option and restart that part of the process. But that would be getting the school committee to sign off. One thing I would state, that if we were to do something dramatically, now you can have those conversations, but a statement of interest would have to be drafted. You'd have to get yourself out of the explanation as to why Matakes and Wixon were advanced in front of Smalls. And then the longstanding policy with MSBA is they never allow a community to do 2 builds at the same time. So to Eric's point, the dialogue should have been a long time ago to talk about doing something different than what's proposed now. And if we were to go down that road, it would start the process from scratch. And there's a lot of things out of our control. I don't have a particularly easy answer for you, but that, it's complicated at this point. Can we slow it down and buy some time to continue to negotiate? We could, for sure. But I'm pretty sure the school building committee is going to vote to advance to the school committee a Station Avenue option. Although we are carrying a Wixon 4-grade option and the Matakes 2-grade option. But the educational plan that was submitted to the state is for a 4-grade option.
I think that we have merit to stand on with them in light of the information that's been brought forward to us since that statement. And I think that I would hope that the school committee would support that, knowing the condition of ME Small. I mean, that's a 4-grade option. It's just different.
Different.
And it wouldn't be
starts
too...
everything from scratch.
Okay, but so I still, as unfortunate as that is, our money the money that we will spend to go in a different direction far outweighs, to me, the money that we would potentially spend to not go in that direction. So
I have to believe that if you went to the state and made the case that reasonable minds would prevail, I mean, maybe that's not true, given that it's government, but you can't not make the case.
So here's the challenge, because I've dealt with them on a lot of issues with many millions of dollars. Because the waiting list is so enormous across the backlog of projects, they stick to an incredibly strict protocol as to how you get accepted into the program, how you address their program, and then how you exist within the program to keep this conveyor belt of projects running through, because they have a constant flow of money that they have to get out into the street to do these projects. So it begins with that statement of interest that begins, and that identifies the schools. It's a very complicated process statewide that goes on, but the school department, the school committee has to identify the #1 district priority for replacement. And then that document stands against every other project across the Commonwealth for replacement. And so many organizations or school committees, they never even get off the starting line on that. It could take eons to do that. So if we were to try to do something different to incorporate a small solution into Matakes, you actually have to go back, revote those, pull those priority ones, that priority one process out, get Wixon out of it, because that stands ahead of anything right now. I think there was a Smalls that was advanced some years ago. I don't have the specifics on that, but it was like a third, because you have to list all your different rankings, and I think it was third on that list, and find a way to advance that, pull out of the other two, advance that to the top, and then go up to Boston and make your case for why you blew this thing up at the local level. Because they'll tell you that there was a lot of energy, and you stood in front and were accepted into a program when there was a laundry list of people a mile deep trying to get ahead of you. So nothing's impossible, to Eric's point. I know them to be very patient up there, but when you do go see them, you got to have a plan, and it's got to be pretty bulletproof. And I do believe that up in Boston, they pay attention to the local newspapers. On many occasions, I'd be called and say, hey, what's going on down there? And I know there's a certain amount of discomfort that they have if you advance projects and you don't have all your ducks aligned. That clearly is going to be an issue, there's no question.
Here's the question I have. Suppose you went to them along Eric's line and said we want to do a two-school option with Matakes and ME Small. You say, you start from scratch. Does that mean you lose
Your place
the
in line.
place we have now?
I would think you would, because you're adding a whole new layer to it, yeah.
But if we
pulling out.
stuck with a two-grade solution at Matakes, we wouldn't lose our place, correct?
You wouldn't lose your place, because that was the original ask, but you'd have to get the school committee to revote the two-grade educational plan, and they already voted and submitted a four-grade educational plan.
They wouldn't be doing us any good anyway.
Can I offer some history? We did exactly what Eric proposed that we do, and this was before Dan came on board. And we impassionately said that what we wanted to do is just do a Yarmouth school. We wanted to do ME Small. We wanted to do Matakes, and just do those two schools. And they said, yep, go ahead. Get back in line. So you would have to pull your submission and get back in line. So we did have that meeting. We had it with Carol. We had it with the MSBA, and they said no.
Was that before or after Matakes had been approved?
That was after Matakes was approved. So they submitted just Matakes and the other schools, but we had that meeting, and they said no. Not to say that we can't have another meeting and try to give them a different line of reasoning, but we had that meeting. Myself, Rich Bienvenu, and Peter Johnson-Stubb with the school superintendent.
This doesn't make any sense. All right, never mind.
If we could do it, Eric, I think your idea has merit, but I just don't know how we could. But we could stick with the two-grade option at Matakes.
We'd still need to build another school, it wouldn't be a savings.
Well, at least we could get the reimbursement for Matikes. We wouldn't lose that.
Yeah, it still would require another educational plan.
And a school committee vote, apparently.
Right.
Just build Matikes and build it big enough that we can put ME Small School in it later.
It's kind of odd that you have to go back and present another plan when that's what you've been doing all along. What we've been doing all along is a Matikes 6 and 7 solution. And suddenly that's not good enough. Well, I don't know.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Norm?
No, I'm not going to add to the fire on this. I sat through that meeting, and Joe was very upset with my bringing it up, and just wasn't in a listening mood. So,
Mike, you have any items?
Just a couple. Last Saturday, the day after the big storm, or the second day of the big storm, depending how you want to look at it, there was an open house at the DPW facility. I saw my friend Mark there, and it wasn't the best day for it. The weather was pretty bad, but there was a lot of staff there. Jeff was there, and Rick Kelly was there, and others. And it was a good opportunity to see the facilities and to learn about them by talking with the various staff members that were there, and seeing enlarged photographs of concepts that were going to be hopefully incorporated into the new build as if it happens. My understanding is that there was a pretty good turnout, and that there'll be another meeting scheduled, and hopefully other people will get there. And I'd encourage people to go there, because it's a lot different than looking at photographs, to actually see the facilities and talk to the people who work there. It was very, very informative. The other thing I'd like to bring up is there's a lot of people from the storm that have trees that have blown down, bushes, other debris on their property, and I was wondering if we could open up, not the drive-in site, at least not until this weekend, next weekend's over, but
A bonfire over there at the Irish Fest would be a great amenity.
a place to for residents to dump their debris. I know Dennis has done that. They've already opened up a portion of their landfill facilities for that, and I think that would be a good idea if we could accommodate the people.
We did that in the past, didn't we?
Yeah.
We did. I think we used the drive-in property at the time.
We've had an internal discussion. Jeff had indicated that he felt, based on our capacity at the transfer station, we could keep that open and take the refuse as it comes in, and then see what we get. Right now, the drive-in site's not available to us.
Right.
Yeah. But going forward, we knew in the past that debris ended up staying out there for a while. And in this particular case, we got some momentum going with the drive-in site, so we didn't want to tie it up. There is an opportunity potentially at Bayberry. They lost so many trees down there that if we ran into trouble, potentially we could do something there as a drop-off. So, but right now, Jeff wants to stick with the plan at the transfer station as we have some capacity there.
The other thing I wanted to bring up is I didn't have a lot of inquiries about this, but a few people who had trees on their property blow down and obstruct the roadways. There was questions that were raised as to whose responsibility it was to remove those trees, and many people are under the impression that if their road is paved, it's a town road, and that simply is not the case. About 40%, is it, of roads in the town are private roads, and the fact that they're paved and plowed does not give them status as a legal road. So in those cases, the workers from Highway, if the tree is blocking the road, will move it off to the side of the road, but they're not going to chop it up and dispose of it. And again, a lot of people think that because the town services these roads by way of sanding and plowing and things of that nature, that they have a responsibility to take care of downed trees and things like that on those roads, and they don't, and they won't. So I just want to, if anyone's out there thinking that because they have a paved road, they have a public road, that's simply not the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
The only thing I have to add is the parade. Hope we see everybody at the parade.
What time are we meeting?
Hope everybody comes out. Well, Dan has a little bit of information on that, so we'll let.
Consent agenda? So there's two items on the consent agenda tonight. One is a request from Old Kings Highway Committee to put in the spring water bill, their annual insert talking about the conditions on Old Kings Highway related property, affected properties. And the second one is Red Faced Jack's requesting an extension of their premise special liquor license for Saturday to be, apparently they do this every year, to be able to have some liquor activity outside of the sports, or outside of the sports bar.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Great. On the parade, I was told to pass on to you that the buses, the transport that get started will be gather at the Sports World at 10:15, park at the Town and Country Motel. And the last bus will depart at 10:30 to move people up to the start. And then Route 28 will be closed thereafter. So there is a banner that we have at Town Hall. We'll get it down to you ahead of time before the parade, make sure that that comes along with that.
Is there anybody who's not walking? Are we all participating this year? I'll bring some goodies to wear, some nice jazzy St. Patrick's stuff to make sure everybody, I know you guys love that.
I'm good.
So, I know.
I don't think I own anything green.
I've got a
So what time?
green jacket. I think I wore that.
9:45, 10 o'clock?
That would probably be a safe bet to gather a little ahead of
Town and
time.
Country,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure you get a good spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
The last thing, I mean, we brought up a lot of stuff tonight, so, but the last thing I wanted to say was thank you to the town staff. We had a very robust storm. We had a great staff. We convened as a staff through modern text messaging. Our email server went down, and that was an internal issue, but the two chiefs, Frederickson and Simonian, and Jeff Colby and Pat Armstrong and Chris Dwelly and all the other associated members of the team were in regular contact, and I wanted to make sure I shared that all with you as we went through that.
And you too, Dan.
Pardon?
You did a great job of
Thank you.
keeping us informed. Thank you.
And the staff is really well drilled on this stuff, and it's always impressive. In the short time I've been here, we've had a couple of these things, so I hope that's not a good, a trend for the future.
But we won't tell you about Chief Simonian's first few weeks as chief. Didn't we have a couple fires? so when you be town administrator, we have a few emergencies.
Yeah.
I know you can.
But these guys are top notch, and I want to thank them for their dedication and assistance all through the weekend.
Right. I don't think I said it before, I don't think the residents really actually know the effort that goes on behind the scenes to make everything happen. And the communication to the public is always remarkable. And so on behalf of all of us, we thank all of staff and all the people who had anything to do with that.
Ironically, our intern, our emergency management intern, had just wrapped up his work, and our website was up and running, and we do know, walking away from this, there's some internal communications pieces that we got to work on, and we'll get better at the next time.
I guess hail
but it
to
was
the
great.
chief for his voicemails, right?
Yeah.
His poems. Had enough of the poems. No,
And
I'm
I think
kidding.
as we went on air tonight, there was less than 100 residents that were still without power, which,
Wow, that's still,
it's a
I mean,
tough
it's
pill
cold.
to swallow.
I was out from Friday to Saturday midday, and it was cold. So can you imagine from Friday till now? I mean, the possible damage and the loss of food, and it's unfortunate. But I know that we as a town has done everything that we can. Some of it's out of our control with the utilities, so.
I'm going to be willing to bet, based on listening to the county conference calls, there's going to be some line of uncomfortable questioning to Eversource, because some of the responses that we had heard were not acceptable. So it's just one of those things where, the only comfort you get on that is with every storm that knocks down trees,
You
it
have
means
less
there's
trees next time.
there's less trees at the next storm to go down, so it's one way to get rid of
Do
them.
you think that they had enough crews?
I don't personally think there was enough pre-position. I don't know whether there was plenty of warnings out there, and the National Guard mobilized, and they were all ready to go, but I just thought, based on what I was hearing early on in the process, there just was not enough out here. Yeah.
That was the complaint that I heard, is that there just were not enough crews out here. In fact, on Saturday, when we were at the open house, we got a call at the DPW saying there was a sighting of a crew. And guess where it was? It was at the golf course, of all places, right?
That was a tree crew.
Like someone needed to be at the golf course to take care of the power.
We need everybody at the golf course so we can get Mark.
So to your point, though, the first line, and we asked this question, the answer we got was, well, there's 10 crews presently working in the Barnstable area.
Oh.
So, well, what's the Barnstable area?
Yeah.
Barnstable,
County.
Yarmouth, and Dennis, right?
Oh,
So,
really?
so could you do a little bit better than that?
Yeah.
Explain to us when we're going to see somebody? But this was clearly a situation. There'll be some feedback that's not positive for them on this one, so.
Motion to adjourn.
Hold on, I think, Mike, did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to also say,
Sorry.
Chris was down also at the open house at DPW. I wanted to acknowledge him coming down there on a bad day and showing a great interest in that facility and the personnel.
I'm glad I know that.
Okay. Is there a motion? Second. Any discussion?
Are you good on?
All those in favor?
All right.